Hello. Hello, my sweet fishies. Hi, Ismarmans. Hi, Emmy. I'm an hour early. Oh, no. Well, you see, there's, that thing. What was it? Daylight savings? No, I'm kidding. I am an hour early. I want to test around some of my microphone settings before I continue getting into the Vaine stuff, which is a terrible idea. Whenever you're recording something, please do not mess with your microphone levels. You'll really throw things off. But I'm crazy. I can watch more stream. Yeah! That's another reason to go early. And depending on how the reading goes, I'll try to stay late as well. So come right on my parade, 'cause I wanna feel it. That song is stuck in my head right now. That is an overdrive. The other reason why I want to keep an eye on the microphone levels is because I feel like as I'm reading, and I am reading the parts of these characters, it's very emotional, it's very loud, I'm yelling. I don't want to be maxing out my mic, but I want to be audible for you guys. So I'd like to figure that out and hopefully make it a little bit more enjoyable for you. Well, and for me as the person editing all this. So before I do anything, before I get started, I actually think I am going to move the microphone because I think part of the problem could be how close the microphone is to my face. So give me 3 minutes. Okay, how is this? Let's see, the microphone needs to move just slightly. All right, so now if I want to talk into the microphone, I have to lean into it, which, what happened to this? Remove these, remove those. I just want this. Okay. Let me look at these settings. Everything's gotta be perfect. It's gotta be perfect for my fishies. And hey, if you guys are the only ones that I get that are gonna be here in this first hour, then you're gonna get caught up on the story, and they're not. You're gonna know. I said that backward. I think you're gonna know what's going on, and they're not gonna know what's going on. Hi, Luco. Okay, let me do this, and then this. There we go. So now I can lean in, and I can say, hello. Hi, fishy. Hi. I don't know what's going on anyway. I don't think you need to know. Well, I think that it's a good thing to know, but it's okay. It's also okay if you don't know. I'm so tempted to like play some Spotify and just do some karaoke. But no. Couldn't do that. I couldn't do that now, could I? All right. So, should we do dark mode? Dark mode with the spooky light. I feel like I need to move the spooky light. I'm not sure. Is the microphone too quiet now? I don't want to be too quiet. God forbid I'm too quiet. But I also don't want to peak your microphone. So if I yell, I don't want to yell in your ear. I know some people are into that, but this is not the place for kinky. Don't be kinky. No kinky! Sound check, full range. Ah! See? I peaked the microphone. I can't do that. That's terrible. See, you're not asleep yet. Therefore, it's acceptable to yell. It's acceptable to yell when I'm sorry, Mara. I'm sorry. Oh, but that was so funny. You can't tell me that wasn't funny. Now I will never forgive you. All right, guys, I'm canceled. This is my last stream. Spooky. It's like that one meme. Monkey. I need a hot bath and somebody to hold my head under. That is a joke. Please don't do that. You might hurt somebody. I mean, thank you for the prime sub, Jap. Thank you so much for gifting us sub to Dewey. Dewey, now you have the spin fish. First thing I hear when I join, don't be kinky. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. GG, anyone asleep? I don't think anyone is asleep yet. Here, hold on. Let me just... This is my calm voice. This is me talking in a calm voice. Am I calm enough for you? Is my voice too quiet? Do I need to turn it up? Do I need to turn the voice up? Do I need to use the big voice? Does anybody get that reference? Do I need to use the big voice? Does anybody get that reference anymore? I'm looking at you, Chicken Little. Yeah. High five to anybody who remembers Chicken Little. So come push me over the edge, 'cause I wanna feel it. There was a VTuber that I came across recently who just posted a new song, and I'm like, holy shoot, bro, this is a banger. But like, also you say words in this song, and I'm not gonna say those words. But it's a good song. Anyway, on to the reading part because that's what people are here for. We're gonna go ahead and start with a puzzle because I know y'all are puzzle freaks. If we've got a kink in here, it's puzzling. That's not creepy, right? Don't ask me what I'm on because I don't know. Should we say hi to TikTok chat now? I haven't even started the TikTok stream. We've left them behind in the dust since that one time. Do you remember that one time that flashbang? Do you remember that one time that like I started stream and like I had not finished setting stuff up and then TikTok like restricted me and I was like, bro, I haven't even said hello. What happened to hi? Hello. How are you? Are you on H2O? Actually, I did just get a new shipment of electrolytes in. Thank God. It's not as if I don't have 4 boxes of element electrolytes. Mind you, there's about 50 packs of those in a single box. And the electrolytes that I got in the mail today, I believe there are 12 packets per bag, and I got 2 bags. Mind you, I do still have on the way 120 more packets of electrolytes. My stock is being replenished, and so will my taste buds. Does anybody want to guess what electrolytes I have in my cup right now? Because I can give you a hint, and this is going to be a test, because it's my favorite. That's your hint. It's my favorite electrolytes. Dewey, thank you for the stream. The 3 stream streak. Thank you. Keeping the electrolytes companies in business. Sounds like you hydrate good. Well, that requires me to actually consume the water. I might be at 40 ounces for the day, and it's 5 p.m. Do you guys want to get to reading? Oh, wait, right. I have to start the TikTok stream. Oh, and I don't think we have a mod available, but I am going to ask for a poll. And if we don't have a mod to do a poll, then what you're going to do is you're going to answer in words because that's helpful. I would like your input on what book do you want me to read next? And I will thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the level 1, 31%. We have a couple of books. Let me see. Frequently downloaded. We have available to us. Let's see. This one. This one. This one. And then where is the other one? I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, Sense and Sensibility. Yeah, well, that's not on my list right now, but let me search for this one. So, I have 4 different books that I would like to propose to you. Which of these sounds most interesting to you? Let's see. Apparently this requires more words. Okay, search that. Buy that. All right. The first one, I think is going to be a well-known title. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll is a children's novel published in 1865 when a curious girl named Alice spots a white rabbit with a pocket watch. She tumbles down a rabbit hole into an extraordinary fantasy filled with peculiar anthropomorphic creatures. This pioneering work of literary nonsense plays with logic and language, creating a whimsical tale that delights both children and adults. All right, so that's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. I will say that it is also a pretty quick read as well. Then we have a book that was requested via Instagram. Shout out to the Instagram followers. Anne of Green Gables by L.M. Montgomery. When 11-year-old orphan Anne Shirley arrives at Green Gables farm by mistake, the Cuthbert siblings had requested a boy to help with farm work. Imaginative, talkative, and eager to belong, Anne must prove herself worthy of staying. The story follows her adventures in the village of Avonlea, making friends, excelling at school, clashing with rival Gilbert Blythe, and transforming the lives of everyone around her. All right. The third option is Little Women by Louisa May Alcott. It's a coming-of-age novel published in 1868 to 1869. Haha, nice. Story follows 4 sisters, Meg, Jo, Beth, and Amy March, as they navigate passage from childhood to womanhood in Civil War-era Massachusetts. Loosely based on Alcott's own family, the novel explores themes of domesticity, work, and love while depicting the joys and struggles of 19th century women's lives. Through their adventures and challenges, the March sisters embody different aspects of young American womanhood. That is the third book. And the fourth one is Wuthering Heights, because there was recently a modern adaptation that came out. Wuthering Heights, set on the Yorkshire moors, it follows 2 land-owning families and their turbulent relationships with Heathcliff, a mysterious foster son. Driven by obsessive love, possession, and revenge that spans generations, the story unfolds through dark passion and cruelty. This Gothic tale challenged Victorian morality with its depictions of abuse and class conflict, ultimately becoming a cornerstone of English literature despite its initially polarized reception. Normal stuff? Yeah, I tried retexturing the models, the customizable model, and I broke it again. Are you winning, son? Yeah, I am. I'm surrounded by fishies. And I love my fishies. And my fishies love me. I think that's why I'm winning. So, of these 4, why different models sometimes? Sometimes I want to try being 2D, and there is a lot of model optimization and changes, and even with my current model, there are still changes and optimizations to make. I really care about the way that the mouth moves. I really care about how fine-tuned the settings are. And I don't know if normal people pay attention to that. So everything is a work in progress, and that's why today I'm 3D, but yesterday I wasn't. Yesterday, I managed to make significant progress on my 2D model, and I wanted to show that. Today, I broke it, so I'm 3D. Book number 3, your choice is Little Women. Okay, so again, we're taking a poll, and everybody is allowed to participate in this. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. It looks so good. Thank you, Dewey. Because I can't separate the bangs from the rest of the hair, I have to actually go into the file, the texture files, and I have to manually change that. I do plan, hi Star Magus, I do plan to do some retexturing on the dress, the bodysuit, because I figured I learned how to do that, and that's like easy peasy, no problem at all. It's just a matter of actually doing it, and that costs time, and I'm trying to edit audiobooks right now. So we have one vote. Okay, this is for everybody to participate in. We're taking a poll. I just read the descriptions of 4 books. Your options are Alice in Wonderland, Anne of Green Gables, Little Women, or Wuthering Heights. We have 1 vote for Little Women. We have 1 vote for Alice in Wonderland. I would actually say we have 2 votes for Alice in Wonderland because it was requested. And we have 1 vote for Green Gables because that was requested. Oh wow, we've got 2 more people that say Alice in Wonderland. Can you sing Bluetooth Connect? You mean, can I say Bluetooth Connect? Bluetooth connected. I'm autistic. I'm good at mimicking. How do you think I'm such a good voice actor? I don't shut up. I say that with love. Guys, I don't think you realize I literally don't have an off button even when I'm alone. I watched a vocal coach analysis of... You're a good voice actor, thank you. I watched a vocal coach analysis of Mafra's cover of Doomed by Bring Me the Horizon. Dewey says Alice. You know what? I think it's overwhelmingly positive that the next book is Alice in Wonderland. Now again, it's a short book. So if I give you a poll, if I ask you, okay, if we take Alice out of the poll, would you want Anne of Green Gables, Little Women, or Wuthering Heights? Bluetooth connected. I thought my speakers got connected. You're welcome. Hey, at least you don't have to worry about me moaning into the microphone like sometimes streamers do that for funny. Like a woman? Woman? Yeah, all of these books are about women because we like women here. It's almost as if I'm a woman. Wuthering Heights. Ho ho, we're going spicy. Don't know any of them. Wuthering Heights is Wuthering Heights has some romance driven by obsessive love, possession, and revenge. The story unfolds through dark passion and cruelty. Interesting. I don't know Wuthering Heights. I don't. So if somebody who knows my limits tells me, hey, don't read Wuthering Heights, it's too sexy, I'd be like, okay, solid, thanks bro. Hi, Captain Reject. Women are pretty great, I agree. So then there's also Little Women, And Little Women, I've heard, is like a good, like a staple book. It's a staple story. Typical Yorkshire. Hello. Then there's Anne of Green Gables, which is a orphaned girl is sent to a farm by mistake, and she has to prove herself worthy of staying around. So it is an adventure, but it is also a little bit of coming of age. And I wanted to choose a book that had some focus on women. I know we're past March, and you know, I know that we're past the women always celebrate women, okay? They're great. They're wonderful. They're lovely. Love women. Thank you for the gifts on TikTok. Thank you, Johnny. And thank you, Warrior. Wow. We are here to read, and I am 85% of the way through Drown the Stars, resuming at chapter 19. Put a 1 in chat if you're ready to resume our fish alien space opera. I love women. Yippee! Jap is ready. Emmy is ready. Hi, Zoidberg. Dewey is extremely ready. You know what, Jojo? I give you brownie points. Brownie points, because that is very special. Okay. Let's get to reading. I am going to... No, we'll keep the microphone volume where it is. Okay. Oh, I should... silly me. I should introduce you to the book that we're reading. So I am reading Drown the Stars. Again, we are 85% of the way through the book, so there are going to be spoilers. This is the last 2 chapters in the entire book. We are following one of 2 sisters who survived war on Wokmaw, and unfortunately, the main character's mentee chose to go back to Wokmaw, and they somehow survived another battle on Wokmaw. And this is, you know, after that, we had the last chapter that we read yesterday was Vaine woke up and she was missing half her arm. And we learned that there was a traitor among the royal court who had erased the data of all the Weepers. We do not have confirmed information that it was the prince himself, but he is an idiot and he is reckless, but he has good intentions. So we're pretty sure that the prince did it. And we had to give him a scolding to tell him, look, you might have good intentions, but that's not how the world works. And thus, you were caught up. All right, let's go. Chapter 19. 13 years and 6 months post-Wokmaw. Vaine got home late. Very late. After a month of being a near-permanent fixture in the night guard, she was almost confident Rakva would keep his promise. Almost. In what Vaine prayed to be a coincidence, no additional treasonous activity had occurred from within the palace. She quietly slid open the front door, trying not to wake Iris. The koi splashed around her feet, likely annoyed at how little time she'd been spending with them lately. Iris had done her best to take care of them while Vaine had been out of commission, but it clearly wasn't the same. A few other small creatures Vaine didn't recognize joined them, and one of the koi sported missing scales. Parasites. Vaine frowned and sprinkled food in the water before moving to her bedroom very, very slowly. "Are you ever going to get home at a decent hour?" Iris asked. Vaine jumped and whirled around, panicking for only a moment. Instead of responding directly, Vaine redirected the guilt. "Shouldn't you have gone to bed hours ago?" Iris scoffed. "When there's a traitor on the loose? No thank you." She disappeared back into her study and Vaine felt compelled to follow. "It's not your job to take care of traitors," Vaine said, folding her arm in a half and leaning against the doorframe. Iris sat down at her desk, which was covered in data pads. I said that weird. Did I say that weird? I feel like I said that. Which was covered in data pads, expanded bioscreens, and a single box. "It is now. I got myself reassigned to the Authority Against Treason." Iris took a drink from a steaming mug on her desk. Vaine's eyebrows shot up. "But what about your current job? I didn't think the king would let you go so easily." "He didn't," Iris said, looking away. "Hey, you got a package from the medical center. It's on my desk." She couldn't help but take the bait. Iris held the box steady while Vaine used her hand to pry it open, trying not to hate herself for how difficult it was. Inside lay a metal disc with the exact same circumference as the one implanted in her stump 6 days prior. Finally! Even though she'd submitted her personal design for prosthetic ages ago, the medical office had taken their sweet time in getting it to her. Vaine clicked the new disc into the bottom of her stump, and a jolt of electricity rushed through her remaining limb. She sucked in a breath through her teeth and slowly released it before dipping her stump in the carpet and switching on the biomatter valve. "Did it work?" Iris asked. In response, Vaine held up her left arm, which was now made entirely of water from the elbow down. She flexed her shimmering fingers, which even had thin membrane. Ugh. Why am I making so many mistakes? Yeah, I gotta take a deep breath and slow down, all right? I'm just so excited to read to you guys. But sometimes... Okay. "Did it work?" Iris asked. In response, Vaine held up her left arm, which was now made entirely of water from the elbow down. She flexed her shimmering fingers, which even had thin membranes of translucent webbing between them. "It seems to," Vaine said. She picked up Iris's trident from the wall with ease, though no sensation of touch translated from her liquid fingers. It was almost like controlling an on-screen simulation with her mind. Mastering fine motor skill would likely take a while, but this was certainly better than nothing. Probably better than most of Zevea's amputees. "So, who's going to take your place in the king's entourage?" Iris took another sip from her drink, then said, very quietly, "You are." Vaine's prosthesis abruptly lost all surface tension, and the trident fell directly through her fingers. "I'm sorry?" "The king said I needed to find a replacement, and I said you'd already agreed to it." She'd be working with the king? Working closely with him? "You didn't even ask me!" "I knew you would say no, because you like being a caretaker. But the more time you're in the palace, the more likely it is for you to become a victim of the traitor. Besides, the king can look out for you easier, and you'll still be seeing Rakva since he goes with the king on more and more campaigns." "You didn't even ask me!" She'd be on the battlefield. With the king. She'd have to spend time with the king on the battlefield, seeing his face light up at all the screams and blood. "Like it or not, this is the best thing for you," Iris said. "The situation you were getting in is too dangerous, and it's going to get a lot worse." "The situation you were getting in was too dangerous, and it's going to get a lot worse." Vaine clutched her hair, moving in a tight circle. "No, this isn't good. I can't work with the king. I'll panic. I'll get sick. I can barely stand to be in the same room with him. I can't do this." "Hey!" Iris said, rising to her feet and putting a hand on Vaine's shoulder. "What are you talking about? The king adores you." "Iris, I cannot work with him," Vaine said, pulling away from Iris's touch. "He's always conquering things. You know what battlefields do to me." That was as close to the real truth as she could get. "You seem to be handling them better." Vaine glowered and pointed to the marks on her face with her liquid fingers. "This is what handling it better looks like to you?" Iris's face abandoned all its remaining softness. "You know, you wouldn't have those if you and the Crown Prince stayed in the back where you were supposed to." It took all Vaine's self-control not to scream. "The kid was trying to replicate what we did at Wokmaw the first time, and it would have gotten him killed. What was I supposed to do? Let him go?" "If his father was going to, yes. We follow the chain of command and..." Realization lit Iris's eyes. You told him what we did at Wokmaw?" Vaine cursed under her breath. "Not everything. Just how we won." Iris buried her head in her hands. "This is why I didn't consult you, Vaine. Because you have the self-preservation skills of a corpse. If you If you just minded your own business and let people fight their own battles, you wouldn't always find yourself in these messes. Messes I have to keep cleaning up. You're welcome. You're not cleaning anything up! Vaine allowed her voice to rise to a shout. You're sending me into a war zone after war zone! You're sending me to war zone after war zone, and I can't do that! Every time I see the king, I relive Zaylin's murder. I can't do that every day. I made sure you'll see as little combat as possible. I said that wrong. I made sure you'll see as little combat as possible, Iris said. Her voice remained cool, controlled, dangerous. Mostly, you'll be working with bomb squads. I know it seems counterintuitive, but this is the best thing for you. Is this the best thing? Is it the best thing for me? Vaine narrowed her eyes. Because this just seems like the best thing for you. You get to climb the ladder and get promotion after promotion. Vaine shot to her feet, knocking over her chair in the process. It hit the water with an enormous splash and sent the koi scurrying away. Do you realize how close I am to losing you? Do you have any idea? If I want to keep what we've built, I'm not left with any options you like. Vaine shrank away from her sister, avoiding eye contact. She always felt like a child again when Iris got like this. I need to sleep, she said. There are 2 lessons I need to prepare for tomorrow. No, there's not, Iris said. You join the king's entourage at dawn. If Vaine kept talking, she'd say something she'd regret. So she stood up and made her way out of the study. Iris grabbed her shoulders and spun her around, holding her in place. Look at me, she said. I can't lose you. Maybe once I find the traitor and all this smooths over, I can convince the king to let you be a caretaker again. But you've got to stop picking fights with the queen and telling the prince things he shouldn't know and just stop doing stupid things. Because I can't let you get hurt. I promised Mom nothing would happen to you, and I've failed her enough. Yeah, Vaine said. You have. She wrenched herself out of Iris's grip and went to bed. I want to say that one felt a little rough. That one felt a little rough. I don't feel like that chapter I really did my best, but I do have some comments to answer in the TikTok chat. Hello, good boy. Welcome to YouTube chat. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. I need someone to !book on in the chat so that I can get the name of the book copied. If you are interested in what we are reading Drown the Stars by Quiana Chase. It is a sci-fi alien space soap opera. It is a wonderful tale, and The author is on TikTok as Quiana Chase Writes. They make some wonderful skits about the book, and I highly encourage checking out their TikTok shop, where you can get the book for yourself for about $10-ish, and it will signed copy of the book for like $10. It's super cool. I really love this book, and I highly recommend getting a copy for yourself because I truly think that it is just a great story. Let's take a couple of deep breaths, okay? Because I think that I need a few deep breaths, and I need some water as well. This next chapter is the last chapter. It is also 40 pages long. I'm not sure if we'll be finishing the entire book today, and if we do finish the entire book today, I have no idea what we're going to do tomorrow. We might go straight into Alice in Wonderland, we might not. Hi, Super Snip. Thank you for the well wishes. Hello, Silent King, thank you for being here. Have you taken your deep breath? Are you ready to continue reading? All right. I think I am ready to continue reading. We are reading the last chapter. Lazarus, we're on the last chapter, so it's hard to give you a synopsis of the first 90% of this book, but our main character has survived 2 war battles against all odds, navigated the treacherous politics and drama of being in a royal court where everyone is out to get her. And now we are at the end where something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. Flashbang. Part 4. Martyr. Chapter 20. 15 years post-Wokmaw. Iris technically didn't need to be here. She had dozens of teams spread out over the entire capital, but their efficiency dropped when she wasn't the one personally leading them. If she was the best, then it would be a waste to sit behind a desk. Besides, being in the field garnered more respect anyway. With her arms folded, Iris stood by and watched her pilot team march a batch of insurgents into the prison shuttle. A lot of criminals weren't much older than Rakva, but they'd made their choice. The rules were simple. Betray the crown, and your privilege to life expired. Still, she couldn't help but feel sorry for them. If the events at Wokmaw all those years ago had turned out any differently, she and Vaine would have been in their place. fine, Iris told herself. One chance. They get one. She waited until all the prisoners were secured, then stepped inside the shuttle. You all know what's about to happen to you, she said. We're prepared to pay the price. I'm gonna choose a different voice. We're prepared to pay the price, one of the prisoners said. We're prepared to pay the price, one of the prisoners said, blood obscuring her brown war paint. We aren't cowards. Well, you don't have to be exceptionally brave, Iris said. You're going to reveal the identity of the insurgent planted in the royal court. You can either do it here and live, or you do it in Scorchwing and die. Aren't you the butcher of Wokmaw? The prisoner asked. You should already know. Let's pretend I don't, Iris said, narrowing her eyes. And the Crown is offering you a free ticket home. We don't want anything the Crown has to offer, the prisoner said. All their gifts are rotten. We fight for the Weepers. For the Weepers! All the other insurgents shouted the words with a vigor and excitement afforded only to the young and those who didn't understand death. Iris scoffed. They cared about the real. If they cared about the real Weepers, they'd cough up the traitor. Just remember I gave you a choice. For the Weepers! The prisoners shouted. For the Weepers! For the Weepers! Should we silence them? Asked Nilov, one of her senior officers. No, Iris said. Let them live in their delusions for a little longer. We don't need to waste any energy breaking their spirits. That will happen to them in Scorchwing soon enough. Nilov saluted, and Iris exited the shuttle. She couldn't help but sigh as the doors closed behind her. How many months had she been doing this? How many bands had she rounded up and sent off to Scorchwing, all with no results? It didn't matter how many insurgents she cut down. Another 3 always seemed to take their place, and with a vengeance more fiery than the last. Maybe there wasn't a court traitor, and some random kid with half a mantle and brown paint had broken into the palace somehow. Maybe Iris had already gotten them killed. No major activity had come from the traitor in almost 2 years. At least nothing could be directly traced to them. But it didn't matter if they were dead. Only if Iris could prove she and Vaine were innocent. She rubbed her head, feeling a migraine coming on. With a quick glance at her bioband, she checked the time, and her hope lifted a little. Vaine should be almost back from her latest campaign. Send request for visual Send request for visual conversation, Iris said into her bioband, and it blipped for only a few seconds. I keep taking unnecessary pauses. Send request for visual conversation, Iris said into her bioband. It blipped for only a few seconds before Vaine appeared, holding a container of koi. Admiral Vaine, Iris said, I hear your campaign went well. I suppose, Vaine said with a shrug. We won. Rakva actually stayed where he was supposed to, and I only threw up twice. It's good to hear you're improving. A pang of guilt still hit Iris's chest, the way it always did when she realized how difficult Vaine's situation was for her. Maybe it had been a bad idea to give her a job so close to combat, but there wasn't much that could be done about it now. Besides, it probably built character or something. I suppose. Vaine's image flickered as she set the container of koi on a table and bent down to scoop up another fish. How's your day been? We captured 3 bands of insurgents, but none of them have been willing to give up the traitor's identity. 3 bands? It's not even the 5th hour, Vaine said, sounding impressed. She snatched a small koi out of the carpet and it flailed wildly, slapping its tail against her hands with a comical ferocity. Vaine grimaced and dropped it into her left palm, flexing her watery fingers. The fish landed with a gentle splash, then calmly swung through her forearm, as if nothing happened. Well, Iris said, I wish I could attribute all my success to my skills, but in reality, all you have to do these days is tear off the door. Yeah, I was right. All you have to do these days is tear off the door. No, it says tear the door off. All you have to do these days is tear the door off any closed bar to find an entire nest of them. She had started this job assuming all insurgents were connected and united under a single leader, like a counterfeit crown. Instead, there were dozens and dozens of groups, all forming independent of each other, each convinced they would be the ones to eventually take down the crown and free all weepers. It made Iris look very good at her job. It also made her goal nearly impossible. Vaine chuckled. I'm sure the Queen is happy with you. The last person in your position caught, 2 groups a week? She dipped her left arm into the container on her desk, and the fish zipped out through her elbow to join its siblings. They looked very familiar. Are you at home? Iris asked. Guilt flashed across Vaine's face. Yes. That couldn't be right. Iris knew when she was supposed to be back. How long have you been there? The King's ship hasn't landed yet. I've just been here for an hour or so, Vaine said. I took a shuttle back early. I'm determined to get rid of the invasive fish and bacteria that keep getting in the carpet. An hour? She'd been back an hour and hadn't said anything? Calm down, Iris told herself. She's had a rough couple of years and you're not her mother. You don't need to know exactly where she is all the time. I thought you already purified the carpet, Iris said. I did. 3 times. Which is why I'm doing something a little more drastic. The view of Vaine shifted as she climbed onto the table. The view of Vaine shifted as she climbed onto the table. "What are you doing?" Iris asked. "Making sure I don't get knocked unconscious, or worse." Vaine reached into her pocket and removed 2 small metal spheres from her pocket. "I've spent most of my downtime making these. I call them sparkers." Before Iris could ask why, Vaine threw the sphere in the water, and it erupted with dozens of small blue bolts of electricity. "Oops," Vaine said. "Maybe I made that a little too strong. Whatever was in that water is definitely dead, though." "Congratulations," Iris said. "Now you..." An explosion roared behind her and threw her to the ground in a wall of unbearable heat, followed by absolute silence. Iris coughed and rolled over, trying to shake the disorientation. Smoke, burning her eyes, stinging her gills and throat. She yelled out to Nilov, but couldn't even hear her own voice. Iris glanced down at her bioscreen, but Vaine was gone, replaced with swirling static. Tears. Maybe there was a reason this group of insurgents didn't seem particularly worried. Iris whipped off her mantle and tied it around the end of her trident, prepping for a fight. She disabled the safety and fired 3 shots into the smoke, hoping she'd hit the insurgents and not any of her troops. Her foot contacted with something, and she nearly tripped. She glanced down to see Trakva's body. "I said it wrong." Her foot contacted something, and she nearly tripped. She glanced down to see Trakva's body, face down in the dirt, coat torn aside, blaster wound in his back. The last time Iris had seen him, he'd been inside the prisoner shuttle. Iris grit her teeth and pushed through the smoke in the vague direction of the transport, shouting orders she couldn't hear. A breeze thinned out the acrid cloud in front of her enough to see what was left of the prison shuttle. The front, torn to pieces. The back, unscathed except for the doors. The hold, empty of everyone except 2 bloodied officers. Though she couldn't hear or see it, Iris felt the unmistakable thrum and heat of an ancient cruiser hovering overhead. She fired her trident upward. She fired her trident up towards where she thought the cruiser might be. But in seconds, the heat and thrum vanished into the sky, likely taking the insurgents with it. Gone. Nothing to do about it now. Iris rushed to her officers in the hold, making sure they were all right. She slapped stim patches over their wounds and dismissed the liquid falling from their eyes as smoke stained sweat. They tried to speak to her, but the only sound she could comprehend was the constant ringing in her ears. She should have worn a helmet. When she'd started this job a year ago, she had, always convinced something like this would happen. Then, it never did, and she got lazy. Iris pulled up her bioband to inform the crown, but it did nothing but swirl with static. Brilliant. Of course, her band would stop working now at all times. Once her officers were taken care of, Iris dug through the shuttle's battered medical kit until she found Here Again. Bracing herself, she pressed the cup against her right ear and slammed the button at the top. It felt like taking a blaster directly to the brain. She nearly blacked out, but everything to the right of her started making sound again. Most of those sounds were not good ones, and indicated the brokenness of everything around her. Admiral Iris, are you all right? Nilav's voice. I'm fine, Iris said. She tossed the medical kit at him. Find Trokvo. He might still be alive. She doubted it, but if there was a chance, she needed to take it. Nilav frowned and pointed at the frills on the side of her head, so she covered his ear with the Here Again and activated it. His legs buckled like dryweed, but when she repeated her instructions, he peeled himself upright to give her a salute and darted through the smoke with the medical kit. 3 more officers found their way to the destroyed shuttle. Once the Here Again had been used on everyone at least once, and all lethal injuries had been somewhat treated, Iris began to move forward. Who here has a working bioband? She asked. We need to contact the medical shuttle. Her officers all checked their wrists and brought up nothing but the same swirling static as her own. Brilliant. Wonderful. The day couldn't get much worse. I'm going back to the palace to help. No, that's not what Iris sounds like. Drink water. Ooh. Ooh, my back pop. Wonderful. The day couldn't get much worse. I'm going to the palace to help, Iris said to the closest warm body. Gather and treat as many as you can. I expect a full report when I get back. If Iris's memory served her correctly, there was a warp pad nearby. She ignored all the citizens who were in the process of gathering their families and getting far away from the blast site, and she especially ignored those emerging from shops and homes to find out what was happening. Her leg complained when she stepped on it. Something must have hit it in the explosion. But she didn't have time to worry about that now. All she could do was use her trident as a cane and force her way through the frantic streets. Ignoring the blood trailing behind her in the water. Iris turned the last corner to the warp pad and found a crowd surrounding it. They glanced at her black uniform and quickly parted for her. It's not working, Admiral, one of the citizens informed her. In fact, nothing connected to the central power is, and all our biobands are down too. Iris cursed. I need to get back to the palace now. What are my options? I have a small vehicle you can use, another citizen said. I'll take it, Iris said. Let's go. Congratulations, Iris said from the screen on Vaine's wall. Now you... A deafening boom threw the image to the side, and the entire display melted into swirling fuzz. Iris? Vaine hopped off the table, causing a splash that sent up water and residual sparks. She ignored the tingling rushing up her legs and investigated the screen, trying to figure out if the malfunction had been on her end. After only a few seconds, the screen ceased working completely and splashed to the ground. Vaine frowned. They'd just bought that screen. Why would it fail now? And so completely. She activated the comms on her left arm, but found nothing but more static. What that meant, she didn't know, but it wasn't good. Was power out everywhere? That would be a heyday for insurgents, and Iris would be the primary target with her Black Admiral coat. And, well, her reputation for catching insurgents. I've got to go for a bit, Vaine said to her koi, hefting their temporary container off the table and dumping it into the carpet. But all those other nasty organisms are gone now. She threw on her coat and grabbed a hooked spear blaster from the wall. Maybe all the time she spent practicing with it to avoid spending time with the king would come in handy. It didn't take long to discover that the warp pad outside the house didn't work either. Fine. The palace was close enough she could walk. She and Iris often did. A soft boom rocked the distance, and smoke went up on the east side. Vaine ran. She passed a myriad of people going the exact opposite direction, apologizing to everyone she bumped into. When she reached the palace gates, she found the panel part of the access panel had dissolved, leaving behind only a clump of biomatter. Vaine cursed and stuck her water hand over it, and the panel blipped back to life through her palm. It didn't respond to her access code, so she shut it down completely and tried turning it on again. It flickered to life, technically functioning, but it behaved like it was completely disconnected from the palace network. She entered in her IDN anyway. User not recognized, the datapad said. Create new user? She hit yes. Please specify user type. Vaine hesitated for only a moment before typing administrator. This was an emergency. She could always have the chief engineer revoke her status later. Welcome, administrator. What is your request? Open gate, Vaine said. Her hand blipped green, and the gate swung open. She sighed in relief and went through to find chaos. Officers darted through the courtyard like minnows, yelling at each other. Data Center 3 is down. We need power now. Power at all stations is inaccessible. We need another explosion detected at need to get communications back online. Infirmary is down. What happened? Was Iris all right? Vaine tightened her grip on her spear and made her way towards the main stratagem room. Either Iris would be there, or Vaine would find out where she was. 2 guards stood outside the stratagem room, both holding tridents. They glanced at her marks and did not let her through. I'm an admiral, Vaine reminded them, holding up her left arm. It displayed her rank and number, like a normal biopad would. "Let me through!" The guards hesitated, but complied. Vaine shoved through the doors to see her suspicions confirmed. The highest-ranking officers sat around the massive table. Vaine and Iris excluded, with the queen at the head. At least 24 water screens lay on the table, all displaying the same static. "I want every engineer in the city within the palace walls until this is resolved," the queen said. "Until our comms are back up, we need designated runners to carry messages. Cadet, do we know what data has been lost?" The emissary at her side swallowed. "We're losing everything, Your Majesty. Specifically data connected to citizens." "So, they've attacked the Weeper's records again?" the queen said. "No," Cadet said. "Everyone's records. It's hard to say the extent of what's been..." "No," Cadet said. "Everyone's records. It's hard to say the extent of what's being erased, but it's not looking good. All control panels have been disabled, including those controlling access to power." The queen curled her fingers around the edge of the table. "Who let this happen? How did someone cross through every layer of our security?" "We don't know yet," Cadet said. "But this couldn't have been accomplished without inside help. Someone with an extensive background in power and engineering." It was at that very inopportune moment the queen looked up and saw Vaine. Her eyes narrowed, and the rest of the room... Fucking TikTok and their... "Are you still live?" "Yeah, I'm here." "We don't know yet," Cadet said. "But this couldn't have been accomplished without inside help. Someone with an extensive background in power and engineering..." It was at that very inopportune moment the queen looked up and saw Vaine. Her eyes narrowed, and the rest of the room followed her gaze until every officer was staring at her. Vaine swallowed. "Admiral Vaine," the queen said. "Ooh," the queen said, voice frigid. "What a surprise. And how interesting that the past hour of your activity is completely unaccounted for. I found a way to access panels, if only temporarily," Vaine said. "Send me to a system you want back online and I can help. My prosthetic seems to be functioning where other biobands are failing." "How convenient," the queen said. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't have you arrested right now." "You said you needed every engineer in the city working to get the power back online," Vaine said. "Well, was an engineer. If I were a real traitor, I would have run. I would have run instead of facing you and asking how to help. Before the Queen could respond, the doors burst open, revealing an officer with a shredded coat, bleeding leg, and trident with a mantle wrapped behind the prongs. It took a moment for Vaine to realize it was Iris. She instantly moved to support her sister, sliding her shoulders under Iris's free arm. "Admiral," the Queen said, voice deadpan. "Care to explain yourself?" "Explosion in Water Lily Square," Iris said. "We were ambushed. Prisoners escaped. Heavy casualties. We need a medical train there now." "Cadet, take care of it," the Queen said. "And keep an eye out for any additional attacks. Checking in with law enforcement is your first priority." Everyone but Vaine and Iris out. You have your assignments. Check in with Cadet if you have any questions. Don't bother me. The officers scuttled. The officers scattered like tadpoles in a pool, with a stone thrown in, leaving Vaine and Iris alone with Faze. Iris's grip started to slip, and Vaine grabbed her wrist, hefting up her sister and using the movement as an excuse not to look at the sovereign crown. "Admiral Iris," the Queen said, "are you in position to make any arrests?" "Maybe," Iris said. "I need a team first. My own squad is currently down for the count." "Would you need a team to arrest a one-arm engineer?" I gotta do that again. I gotta maintain the Queen's bitchiness. "Would you need a team to arrest a one-armed engineer?" the Queen asked. Iris glanced at Vaine, then back at the Queen. I don't think so. Why?" "Admiral Vaine was unaccounted for at the time of the incident and sometime before then," the Queen said. She wasn't unaccounted for, Your Majesty," Iris said. "I was on a visual call with her when my team was attacked. She was clearly in our home and had been for some time." The Queen scoffed. "You have been trying for nearly 2 years to capture our turncoat. And you have obviously failed to do so. If you don't have a traitor in his cell by tomorrow morning, I'll find someone else to take their place." Wow, Vaine thought. I wonder who that will be. "Understood, Your Majesty," Iris said, voice clipped. "Admiral Vaine, make yourself useful and get comms online," the Queen said. "Now go, both of you." Vaine took Iris to the infirmary first, though she protested the entire way that she was fine. She wasn't fine. She could barely walk. How she managed to get to the palace all the way from Water Lily Square was anyone's guess. All the beds were taken and hospital staff occupied, so Vaine stole a med kit and took care of Iris herself. "Shouldn't you be fixing comms or something?" Iris asked through clenched teeth as Vaine cleaned her leg. So I have to do that again. "Shouldn't you be fixing comms or something?" "I think you're a little more important." As far as Vaine could tell, the worst Iris had suffered was blood loss. No severed tendons or arteries. Good. She ripped a stim patch in half so it was roughly the size of Iris's wound, and rubbed it into her sister's leg. The tiny panels clicked and settled into place, transforming into Iris's skin. "If we had more time, I'd tell you to get a proper transplant," Vaine said. "Probably." "Did you become a doctor without me noticing?" Iris asked, rubbing the new scar on her leg. "Kind of," Vaine said. "I've just started stepping in as a med assistant when I'm not making bombs or keeping Rakva off from doing something stupid." She frowned. Though she didn't have proof, she was certain he had something to do with this. How, though? He was still on the ship with his father. An absolutely stupid mistake on her part, but the king had drunkenly passed out. Rakva had locked himself in his private quarters, and she needed a break. "Well, I'm glad you've learned how to make yourself useful," Iris said, grimacing as she got to her feet. "I need to get a team and find the traitor." That'll be very hard to do unless we get comms up," Vaine said. "Come with me." Iris hesitated. "If you don't, there will be no one to stop us from being arrested when I'm done," Vaine said. Iris gave a nod. "Okay." They moved through the congested hallways and down the oft-unused stairs to the communication center. Where it continued to be a madhouse. A team of engineers had fused 3 biobands together and plastered them over a set of controls without much success. And makeshift torches hung from the ceiling, providing faint light. "Let me see it," Vaine said. The chief engineer, who had sweat pouring from her face, offered a deep scowl. "You?" Vaine held up her arm and willed the classic bioband display to light up across it. "Whatever took out the biobands didn't think my prosthetic counted. Whatever took out the biobands didn't think my prosthetic counted, and I've been able to bypass the panel at the front gate." "Go ahead," the engineer said, pointing her kick-edge driver at the panel. "We haven't been able to activate the biomatter. It's locking us out." Vaine brushed aside the biobands clinging to the access panel with spit and prayers. She placed her hand over it and completed the same order of operations as the panel at the front gate, forcing it to flicker back to life. "There we go," she said, gaining access. "It looks like there isn't enough power for all comms to reactivate, but we can at least give them a good number of the cord." "Not bad for a weeper," the head engineer said. "So, are you just going to stay here as a living bioscreen, or?" Vaine shook her head. Now that we have access to the panel, you should be able to transplant other biowater to the panel. Maybe. It took some finagling, but one of the other engineers figured it out. Well, that's one down, the head engineer said. A few hundred to go. Are you gonna activate those too, or is this all the help you're gonna grace us with? I'll fix the others. Just give me a moment. Vaine stepped outside of the room and scanned through all the communications literally flooding through her arm. Promotions, general announcements, approval for her shuttle to dock. And a very short message sent from an anonymous source 5 minutes before the first explosion. One she probably dismissed because she was busy. Get to a place where the king can see you. Take a video of you asking him a question. Now. Vaine threw the back of her head against the wall and stared at the ceiling. She hadn't told him she was landing early. He tried to give her an airtight alibi. That stupid kid. That stupid kid. She sent an audio comm request. To Rakva's personal bioband, but it went unanswered. Absolutely fantastic. Hey, Admiral! The head engineer shouted. We need your magic arm to get a dozen other systems back online. Whatever Rakva was up to, it would have to wait. Vaine worked as fast as she could to activate the other systems, running back and forth between the different areas of control. Eventually, all the systems could be accessed. Hypothetically. Many of them still lacked power due to several power centers being completely decimated, and the backup generators could only do so much. While Vaine worked, Iris recruited a band of soldiers she could take to go hunting down the insurgents. Vaine didn't try to stop her. Not only was she too busy, but it would make her look even more suspicious. Besides, not only did she know Iris had little to no chance of locating anyone specific right now, but Vaine actually wanted Iris to find the people responsible for this and punt them straight to Draxus. Maybe if the kid watched a few of his friends get hauled off and forced to endure a fate worse than death, he'd realize this wasn't a game. In the middle of making herself administrator of data translation panel number 7, her forearm blipped, indicating an incoming comm request. She nearly dismissed it, but then she saw who it came from. The Queen. Vaine took a deep breath and braced herself, answering the request while keeping her hand on the panel. Your Majesty, is there anything I can assist with? Where are my children? The Queen asked, abandoning all formalities. Well, Rakva should be on the king's vessel. Vaine said, and I don't know about Kellis. The king's ship just landed and he wasn't aboard, the Queen said. Kellis is also nowhere to be found. Her caretakers haven't seen her in hours. Vaine cursed, What do you mean? What do you mean he wasn't on board? I mean, he wasn't aboard, Admiral. Usually when he's not where he's supposed to be, he's following you around like a lost puppy. So, where is he? I don't know, Vaine said. If I knew, I'd tell you, I promise. By the way, I got comms back online. You're welcome. May I remind you of the extremely thin ice upon which you are standing, Admiral? My apologies. My apologies, Your Majesty, Vaine said, mentally kicking herself and avoiding eye contact with Iris, who was glaring at her from across the room. I'll join the search once I am finished here. You better do more than search for them. The Queen's image splashed into Vaine's arm and vanished. Vaine, Iris said, voice low and dangerous. We'll talk about that later, Vaine said. She transferred more biowater to the access panel. We need to go to the data center, now. Though it was a bit of a long shot, there was one way she might be able to find where Rakva was. Is that how you always talk to the Queen? Iris asked, voice rising. I said we can talk about this later. I said we'll talk about this later. Fuck, I keep messing it up. My brain reads what it is supposed to say, and then my brain fills in what it's supposed to mean. It says, I said, we'll talk about it later. And I'm messing it up. But that's okay. I just need water. Water and a deep breath. Trying to make sure that, you know, when you swallow, you're getting... When you drink water, you want to make sure that your throat is hydrated. Oh, hi, Sam. Big stretchies. Let's get some stretchies. And check your posture. I don't know if anyone got the notification, but we did start a new puzzle. Also, a welcome to our YouTube subscribers. We did get a couple of new subscribers. All right. Is that how you always talk to the Queen? Iris asked, voice rising. I said we'll talk about it later. Vaine grabbed her spear and made her way to the nearest data center, dodging the trickling stream of mechanics carrying small power generators. Iris continued to pester her with questions and threats, both of which Vaine ignored entirely. How have you not been executed yet? Iris said. No, seriously. I'm just struggling to see how a single person can be so monumentally stupid. The guards let them into the data center without protest. Vaine had already been inside a few times to reactivate the access panels. What are you looking at? Vaine asked one of the engineers, who stared at a massive data screen. Scream? Data squeam. Vaine asked one of the engineers, who stared at a massive data screen with his arms crossed. Iris followed, limping. "You can't ignore me forever, Vaine. We still need to talk about this." The engineer Vaine had addressed her question to awkwardly glanced between her and Iris, gesturing to the back of the room with his thumb to inquire if he should leave them alone. "Go ahead," Vaine said. "Tell us what's going on, unless Admiral Iris has any objections." With a dark scowl, Iris tightened her lips into a thin line and said nothing. The engineer cleared his throat, still glancing nervously at Iris. "They erased everything, Admiral. Sure, we have the individual data numbers and their locations, but there's no information attached to them. These could belong to anyone." "All the backups gone too?" Vaine asked. "Every single one," the engineer said. "And the traitor replaced it with gibberish data as well, so there's no way to get any of it back." As frustrated as she was, Vaine couldn't help but be impressed. "But the IDNs are still there and have location tracking activated." "Yes, technically," the engineer said. "But we don't know who they belong to, so they're basically..." "Perfect," Vaine said. She stepped up to the console's search function and typed in an IDN she had memorized. And to her relief, the bioband it was attached to was still online and transmitting a current location. Holding back a sigh of relief, Vaine copied down the coordinates onto her arm and swiped back to the main data screen. "Thank you for your help." "We will talk later," Iris shouted as Vaine left the data center. I know, Vaine said. "Good luck hunting the insurgents." She disappeared down the hallway without another word. Iris took a deep breath to clear her head and rubbed her temples. The squad she wrestled from Admiral Wexen. The squad she'd wrestled from Admiral Wexen would be here any second now, and she didn't know where to start looking. Who was it? Out of all the people she saw and worked with every single day, who had done it? And how in the world was she supposed to convict them? She felt like she was supposed to already know. "Aren't you a butcher of Wokmaw?" The prisoner's words from that morning rang again in her mind. "You should already know." I said that completely wrong, so I'm going to repeat it. "Aren't you the butcher of Wokmaw?" The prisoner's words from that morning rang again in her mind. "You should already know." Iris's eyes widened. She'd been so busy trying to pry the traitor's identity out of every insurgent she'd met. She'd glossed over a very important fact. Most insurgent groups didn't even know about the traitor in the palace until they were interrogated at Scorchwing. Vaine double-checked her coordinates, making sure this was the right place. A broken-down museum in an old Weeper town, once bustling, now practically deserted for obvious reasons. Her family had once lived in a town very similar to this one. Weeper towns tended to have more art, more useless things, and their populations never lasted long. Resting her spear over her shoulder, Vaine approached the thick museum doors and looked for a way to open them. After a good 30 seconds, she came across an access panel that was broken like every other one in the city. A very difficult obstacle for anyone else. For her, a minor inconvenience. She quickly reactivated it and forced the doors to very, very slowly slide open, revealing a dark hallway filled with smashed display cases and a murky carpet that hadn't been cleaned in ages. If she found the remains of Rakva's bioband here instead of the kid himself. Vaine sloshed through the thick carpet, algae clinging to her boots. Her surroundings gradually grew darker and darker, so she snapped her left fingers, and the biomatter in her arm illuminated with a soft yellow glow. So far, this place genuinely did seem deserted. Not a good sign. Vaine checked the elevation of the coordinates she'd copied down, and quickly noticed they were significantly lower than the place she was standing. In the corner, a single word nearly obscured by mold caught her attention. Elevator. Vaine followed the signs until she came to a pair of elevator doors that had seen better days. She tried to reactivate its access panel, but mold and grime had corrupted it beyond repair. Fine. She'd do this the hard way. Vaine scanned what remained of the museum shelves for something like a crowbar, and finally settled on a thin strip of metal that held up the scant bones of a now undetermined creature. She ripped it free from the floor, and the bones attached to it surrendered, splashing into the dark carpet below. With no small amount of effort, Vaine pried open the creaking elevator doors and slipped inside as they slammed shut behind her. Her feet met air. Vaine flailed as she fell down the shaft, grabbing a cable as she plummeted down. She forced every single bit of biomatter in her left arm into her fingers, making them as dense as possible as she I guess I'm reading this sentence again. We're not trying to speedrun a book, you know? We gotta take our time. We got time. We got time. We're here for a good time. Ooh. Yeah. She forced every single bit of biomatter in her left arm into her fingers, making them as dense as possible as she zipped down the cable. The extra friction was barely enough to slow her down to a manageable speed before she hit the ground with a violent splash. That had done something to her knees. Vaine shook out her legs to ensure they weren't broken, and examined the space before her. A hallway, gently lit by bioluminescent coral. More shelves lined the walls, though these seemed to be far more personable than the ones upstairs. They held the decaying artwork of children, a badly stuffed trout, and a set of books, too new put on display. But worn enough that they could have been tossed out. At the end of the hallway, behind a closed door, laughter. Very odd place for laughter to be. She had a feeling that if Rakva wasn't here, there would be someone who knew where to find him. She approached the door, looking over it for an access panel, while the gentle roar of excited conversation and laughter leaked through. Its construction likely predated access panels entirely. And for a moment, she almost found herself at a loss. This wasn't a flimsy elevator door she could pry open. And, even if it was, she couldn't find anything that would serve as a good lever. It was just then she noticed the handle. She tried it, but it did no more than jiggle. So, finding herself bereft of many other options, Vaine did the polite thing and knocked. It didn't take long for the door to be flung open by a kid with brown paint and a huge grin. A single smudge below his left eye indicated the place where a weeper's mark had been, and probably scrubbed off. Couldn't have been more than 25 years old. "Come on in!" That's not a voice of a 25-year-old. "Come on in," he said. "We've been..." The smile vanished as he realized that, despite her own marks, she wore an admiral's uniform and an expression that was anything but jubilant. He slammed the door. Vaine stuck her left arm in the door, commanding all the biomatter to congeal and harden around the point of impact, cracking the door. "Where's Rakva? Where's Rakva?" Vaine demanded through the arm's-width space between the door and the frame. I don't know who you're talking about." The kid tried desperately to close the door, but only ended up splintering it against her prosthetic even more. "We're really busy, so..." He glanced over his shoulder. "Hey, Kalor? What do we do if an admiral shows up? Do we have a procedure for that, or..." "Why are you asking?" Another face appeared. One Vaine recognized, if only faintly. A kid of one of the courtyard garden staff. She'd seen them around occasionally. Kalor took one look at Vaine's face, and their own drained of color. Ugh, tears. "What's going on?" This new voice, Vaine recognized. It belonged to a crown heir who was in an immense amount of trouble. "Rakva, get your friends to open the door! Now!" Rakva peeked through the gap, eyes bright and innocent as an otter's. "Yeah, okay," Are you crazy? Kalor snapped. She's gonna... Hey, don't worry. It's Vaine. That's not the right voice. How do I sound like a 25-year-old? Wait, how can he be... Wait, how can Rakva be 25 if 2 years ago was 13 years since Wokmaw, and 2 years ago he was, like, 18? Time is crazy, man. Are you crazy? Kalor snapped. She's going to... Hey, don't worry. It's Vaine, Rakva said, waving his friend's concerns aside. As long as you're with me, you'll be fine. Go ahead, let her in. Despite a fair amount of hesitation, Kalor did as Rakva requested. Vaine stepped inside to see the celebration of a lifetime. A celebration that came to a grinding halt as everyone saw her. Rakva cleared Rakva cleared his throat. I think it's time for a toast. He grabbed a drink from Kalor's hand and hefted it above his head. For generations, the crown has trampled on the lives of royal and honorable Zivayans. And I can think of no one more loyal, more honorable, who has suffered more at the hands of this tyrannical regime than Admiral Vaine. Today's efforts were only made possible because of her inspiration, her mentorship, and her sacrifice. Because of our work, millions of stalwart Zivayans just like her are now free from the risk of banishment. So here's to Vaine, and to the Weepers! To Vaine, and to the Weepers! The crowd roared. Rakva downed his glass and handed it back to Kalor, who rolled their eyes. The rest of the party, satisfied Vaine wasn't there to murder them, went back to whatever they were doing before. Vaine tried very hard not to feel sick. So, how did you find the after-party? Rakva asked, plopping down lengthwise on a creaking sofa. It was altogether too short for him, and his legs dangled off the edge. And more importantly, will you be staying long, or does the Queen have more important things for you to do? As a matter of fact, I'm here on direct orders from your mother. She told me to find you and bring you home. So we're going. Now. Vaine pointed at the door. Rakva rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. She's probably just barely realizing I'm not where I'm supposed to be, and with comms down... I fixed comms, Vaine said. I fixed comms, Vaine said. You knocked out all the biobands in the capital, but didn't account for this. She held up her prosthetic. Oh, yeah, Rakva said with a grimace. Should have thought about that. Well, they can't do much without power, and their data is good as gone. Should have thought about that. Well, they can't do much without power, and their data is good as gone. That's what mattered anyway. Everything else was just a nice bonus. He snapped his fingers as one of the party guests passed by. Hey, Jessica. Jeksa. Hey, Jexa, can I have one of those spiced mollusks? Thanks. Rakva, do you have any idea what you've done? Vaine asked, trying to keep her voice calm. The palace and the capital are in utter chaos. Hundreds of criminals disappeared. I almost couldn't find you. Isn't that great? Isn't it great? Rakva said with a grin. It will take them years to recover from this. Even if the IDNs should be completely deleted by the end of the day. Even the IDNs should be completely deleted by the end of the day. Mother will be seeing red for weeks. And best of all, you were in space the whole time, so she can't blame anything on you. No, I wasn't, Vaine said, pinching the bridge of her nose. Rakva's smile vanished. What? I took the shuttle back early, Vaine said. I needed to take care of a pest problem. And now, your mother is this close to chopping off my head and serving it on a platter. So we need to get home. Her arm blipped, indicating a written message from Iris. This conversation isn't over. Hang on. Have you found Rakva yet? Yes, Vaine responded, sending him back now. Hey, Admiral Vaine! Vaine looked up to see Kellis munching on something round and crunchy. How did you find us? Vaine slowly turned to glower at Rakva. You got Kellis involved? Look, she wanted to, Rakva said. Besides, how was I supposed to implant all those data cubes on my own? I think it's important not to hold kids back from doing great things. He gave her a pointed stare as someone brought him a spiced mollusk, which he graciously accepted. She's a child! Vaine said, voice escalating almost into a screech. You can't rope her into something as dangerous as this! He didn't rope me in. No, hold on, I gotta get into the Kellis voice. Is narration your profession? No, it's not. I actually have a full-time job. And hello, Grey Undertaker, welcome. Have a wonderful sleep, King. It was good to see you again today. I would love if narration and voice acting, etc. could be my full-time job, but alas, it is not a very guaranteed line of work. And so I need to have a full-time job in order to pay the bills and keep a roof over my head, you know? I am answering a message. Okay. When you do the narrative voice, go emotionless when you notice it. That's my... Huh? Was that English? I'm just teasing you a little. Oh, my back. I try to... If what you're referring to is the fact when I am describing what happens, Vaine said, voice escalating almost into a screech. That is because that is the narrator. The narrator doesn't need to be sounding like this. I am not Deku. I'm not Deku, and I won't be Deku for the sake of an audiobook. There are people who listen to audiobooks at 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8, 2 times and 4 times speed. And when you have voice acting that is not a consistent pace and has a blend of like, if I sound like Deku when I'm reading the narration, it's gonna be impossible to follow along with what's going on with the narration. But, you know, cheers if you want to hear Deku narrate something. Do you have any audiobooks you've narrated that I could check out? Rizzle, I do not have any formal audiobooks that you would like get from Audible or, you know, the library. However, if you check out my YouTube channel, I do have, for example, the most recent audiobook that I have posted to my YouTube channel is The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. And before that, I did For Her Sake, which features the writing of a independent author, Talbot Stories. They are wonderful. I love their writing, and I look forward to continuing reading some of their books for you. Just not... it is a 18-plus book series. So, you can check out any of my audiobooks on YouTube. My name is StephTsu on all platforms, so it's easy to find me. I do need to step away real quick to go to the bathroom. Just a reminder, I have been live for 2 hours and 10 minutes. And we have, let me pull it up. We have, oops, I did the wrong button. We have 20 more pages to go until the end of the chapter. So I think we are making great time. For Her Sake, yes, I loved reading that. I loved it. And I would really like to go back and make... You'll notice on YouTube, I say audiobooks, but what you will find is not going to be one long video. You're going to find that there are a lot of parts of that book kind of separated. I am in the process of editing together some of those stories. So in the future, we could potentially see For Her Sake, but in one large video. Pride and Prejudice is currently in a playlist of, I think, 8 different videos. Pride and Prejudice, maybe, possibly, could be edited into one large video. So that's something to look forward to. Hi, welcome. I do have to step away to go to the restroom, but I will be right back. So if you would like to solve a puzzle, there's a puzzle. There's a puzzle on the screen. If you're interested in solving the puzzle that is on the screen, there is a link. And if you click on the link in my bio, or if you go into the purple app and you say the word puzzle, you will receive the puzzle link. I will be right back. You guys are so cute. Dewey, I just hope you know that they're cheering for you. They're cheering for you in chat. This is so cute. Hi, Unzipped. She even narrated Jane Eyre. Yes, I love Jane Eyre. And it wasn't until after I was done reading Jane Eyre that someone informed me, hey, it's pronounced Jane Eyre, not Jane Eyre. Well, I am not re-recording the entire book for that, so... But Jane Eyre is one of my favorite classics. Okay, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for joining us. This is your reminder to drink water. Fix your posture. Sorry. Fix your posture. Oh shoot, I forgot that I was recording. Oopsies. I actually have some really good parts from my narration of Jane Eyre that, like, I never went back and clipped. Some of the monologues from Mr. Rochester. Oh, man. I loved it. I loved it. All right. I need to think about dinner at some point. Speaking of which, I wondered, do I still have TreatStream? Treat? Stream? Is that still a command? No. No, it's not. It's not? Do I still have that set up? TreatStream. I thought I did. Yeah, I do still have it set up. Why is the command not there? Oh, it's just command treat. TreatStream. TreatStream. There we go. I'm a silly goose. Yeah, because I've only got 3 items on my TreatStream. I haven't updated it in God knows how long, but I should update that. I'll put that as a task for myself later. Anyway, that's beside the point. What is TreatStream? TreatStream is a service that which you or anybody, I shouldn't say you, it is a service at which people on the internet can gift food they can gift food to a streamer or just somebody, else without giving away their private information, and without receiving the streamer's private information. So it is a privacy protected food delivery service platform. if that's how I would describe it. All right, we gotta get back into the reading. I have this bad habit where when I sit down, I cross my legs, but when you are voice acting, you are using your stomach for air, and that is very important. So you need to sit up straight. Stop shrimping. The cool thing with TreatStream is that I can choose the foods and the restaurants and my dietary needs, and I choose what gets added to TreatStream. And the price that the viewer sees is delivery fee, transaction fees, tip, etc. Whatever the heck it is, it's all included in that. So if you didn't know, now you know. My identity is protected from even the frickin' restaurant itself, which is nice and helpful. Even though I'm not a big popular streamer, but if you've got like, Cottontail who gets, TreatStream, you don't want the delivery drivers who can just be a random Joe to be delivering to someone's random house and it has your creator name associated with it. You don't have to worry about that. It's nice. Okay, sorry. I think where I left off was... I think I said Vaine's line, but I'm gonna have to repeat it anyway, just to make sure. How does one view access to that platform? You can !treat, !snack, !treat stream. And let me see. I have other words and phrases because sometimes my mods aren't available to, answer every single message. Let me see, where did it go? Ah, there it is. I try to set up my commands to be activated by keywords. So if someone says the word go eat, hungry, or snack, or the phrase you should eat, that will actually trigger the bot to give you the link. Someone says, hey, you should go eat. Tsunami bot says, here's the TreatStream link. Feed her yourself. And I just think that's funny. I don't expect anybody to, and I also have like a wish list. I don't promote my wish list. Like, I have these things available. Also, there's a donation link. I have these things available for when people want to use these things. I don't want my live streams to be like huge walls of advertisement for give me free stuff. Like, that's not the point why we're here. The point of being here is to relax. We like listening to book. That's it. I feel bad. I'll just read or listen to you. Feed her yourself. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that happens. All right. Let's get back into it. She's a child. Hi, Bright. Vaine said, voice escalating almost into a screech. You can't rope her into something as dangerous as this! He didn't rope me in, Kellis said. I wanted to help. Yeah, exactly, Rakva said, mouth full. We're changing the world, Vaine. No need to be such a downer about it. You want to change the world? Vaine shouted. Then literally just wait for your parents to keel over of old age instead of whatever this is. Rakva sat up, swallowing the food in his mouth. And how many Weepers are going to be sent to Draxus to die before that happens? If your parents were still at 2 marks, how would you feel differently about what happened today? My parents aren't here, Vaine said. But you are. And so is Iris, who is doing fine, by the way, even though she nearly got blasted apart in an explosion set off by your friends. She was going to send Kalor and Rallis to Scorchwing, Rakva said. They were willing to go too. I wasn't in charge of that particular part of the operation. But I would have done the same thing. We couldn't just leave them to be tortured and killed for speaking up against the crown. Another message from Iris blipped across her forearm. I think I found a group of insurgents who have answers. Your help would be greatly appreciated. It would probably be good to humor her. Vaine wouldn't particularly enjoy arresting an otherwise innocent band of insurgents to feed Iris's duty complex, but it was either them or Rakva. How very noble of you and your friends, Vaine said, as she typed her response to Iris. Fine, Vaine typed. Send me the coordinates. What about you? What about you? Rakva asked. If the Queen is still out to get you, you can always stay with us. We can even get you relocated. Vaine's first impulse was to turn him down, but then she hesitated. Whoever she and Iris were about to imprison, it wasn't the court traitor. If she left, she'd be free from the Queen's wrath, but at the cost of actually being guilty of desertion, and therefore treason. Then again, it wouldn't be the first time. I'll consult Iris, Vaine said. On cue, her arm blipped with a new message from her sister. She glanced down to see a set of coordinates paired with the words, I'm almost here. How close are you? Should I wait? No, Vaine answered. Go ahead. No, Vaine answered. Go ahead. She nearly lowered her arm, but something about the coordinates caught her attention. They looked familiar. Mostly because they were the same ones Vaine had copied down to find Rakva. Is something wrong? Rakva asked. You look not okay. Iris is coming, Vaine said. I don't know how she found this place, but she did. We need to leave 10 minutes ago. Ugh, come on, Rakva said. How close could she be? An explosion from above heralded Iris's signature method of opening closed doors. Chatter slowly died down as the insurgents looked up at the ceiling, like doing so would give them answers. Guess we're leaving, Kellis said, voice soft. Through what exit? Vaine asked. I only saw one, and I'm pretty sure Iris is coming through it. Is there another? No, Kalor said. Not yet, but we have a backup plan. If she lays eyes on any of you, you're dead, Vaine said. She glanced at young Kellis, who looked genuinely scared for the first time in her life. Or worse. Doesn't matter what your rank is at this point. Kalor cupped their hands around their mouth. All right, everyone. Party's over. Time to make an emergency exit. The insurgents exploded into action, dropping food and ripping apart the wall at the back. How long until she gets here? Kalor asked. I don't know, Rakva said. He pushed his hands through his hair, gaze pinned to the ground. 2 minutes, at most. 2 minutes, at the most. How is she here? She shouldn't be here. The plan was perfect. I covered my tracks. Tears. She must have gotten a hold of someone's IDN somehow. We'll need at least double that amount of time. Kalor rubbed their hands across their jaw, the weight of a monarch on their shoulders. I might be able to stall, Vaine said, but you'll need to move fast. There's an old warp pad at the end of the tunnel, Kalor said. I can set it to detonate once everyone's through. She'll have no way of knowing where we went. Perfect, Vaine said. She jammed a finger in Rakva's face. You! Get everyone to deactivate their biobands, including your own. Wipe your data, clear out every speck of evidence you were here. I want you and Kellis to be the first ones on that warp pad, and I need you to head directly home. Do you understand? Rakva glanced around at the rebels bursting into activity around him and adjusted his mantle. I'll stay for a little bit longer. Make sure... No! Vaine snapped. Iris is out for blood, and she won't care if it's yours. If she finds you or Kellis here... Her throat caught. She grabbed his shoulders and looked up into his big, bright, stupid turquoise eyes. No matter what happens, you don't confess to anything that happened today. Now take Kellis and go home. A flicker of hesitation lit Rakva's face, but something in Vaine's eyes must have convinced him not to argue. Okay. Vaine adjusted his silver and gold mantle, which had started to slip off his shoulder. And for the love of the crown, get yourself a pin. Okay, Mom. Damn it, I accidentally kicked the wall. Okay, Mom, Rakva said with a smirk. He put his hand on Kellis's shoulder, and the two of them made their way to the hole in the wall being carved by the insurgents. After a few steps, he turned around. "I'll see you tomorrow then?" "Yeah. Yes," Vaine lied. Rakva smiled at her, and for a single second, all she saw was the kid who wanted her to know about his new shoes. She couldn't be angry with him. Swallowing the growing lump in her throat, Vaine left the room and closed the splintered door behind her. She waited. And she waited. It didn't take long for the pounding feet of Iris's troops to migrate closer and closer. Nausea, thick and warm, twisted her stomach. All she could do now was hope that for once in his life, Rakva had obeyed her commands without question and refused to pull some heroic stunt. If they caught him... No. There was no need to worry. It would be fine. Iris would understand. She'd get it. As long as Rakva kept his mouth shut, everything would go back to normal. At the end of the hallway, shouting and heavy footfalls announced the arrival of Iris's troops to the basement. Vaine took a deep breath and flexed her prosthetic hand, letting the fingers of water catch the light and fling it across the dark walls. This would all be fine. No need to feel sick. When Iris finally marched into view, all Vaine could see was the ferocity in her sister's eyes and the trident in her hands. Not the squadron of soldiers behind her, not their freshly minted blasters, not the clear absence of restraining equipment. "Vaine!" Iris said. Relief dripped into her features for a moment. "You must have figured out how to activate the warp pad we detected down here." Vaine nodded. This could work. This had to. "Iris?" Vaine dipped her head. There was no way they'd made it to the warp pad yet. They might not even have the wall ripped open. She'd have to stall for a significant amount of time. "I can't wait to tell you how I tracked the insurgents," Iris said. "Long story short, I took a page out of your book. Ready?" Vaine swallowed. What was she supposed to do? Say no? Step aside? Lie? She couldn't lie. Not to Iris. So she said nothing, making the biomatter in her fingertips congeal and dissipate over and over again. "Vaine?" Iris said slowly. "We need to get inside." She choked on her constricted throat. "I need to drink water." Me too. "Hello." She choked on her constricted throat. "Iris, I think we should leave." Iris opened her mouth, but her eyes flickered to the troops at her side, and her expression hardened. She snapped into the picture-perfect She snapped into the perfect picture of a soldier. Spine exactly straight, shoulders back, posture firm.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Somebody sent me a treat?
Treat? A treat? Treat?
You said special word?
Treat? Treat? Who sent me a treat? Who did it? Thank you! Thank you! Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. I can't even remember the last time someone did treat. Thank you so much. I just got a text that the order went through and that I gotta keep my phone on me for when the driver is. Thank you. Hi, Crispy. Hi, Billingham. K-get. Liatli. I feel like I should know your name from a different platform, and I cannot remember. Hi, Howie. I literally met you the other day. I should know your username, and it's completely blanking on me. KD? Yeah, TikTok. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are at the end of this book, okay? So I know that we have people joining us. We are at the end. So I apologize. I cannot catch you up. I am recording the audiobook right now. So we gotta lock in. It's not a spoiler, but this is a intense emotional moment, all right? Flashbang. Excuse me. I'm gonna get tacos. Spine exactly straight, shoulders back, posture firm. Cut it out, Admiral. We have our orders. Let's go. Iris jerked her head to the side, gesturing to get out of the way. An odd calmness swept over every inch of Vaine's body. For an instant, the nausea drained away, replaced with peace. She set her spear against the narrow wall and carefully removed the mantle from her neck. Vaine, I don't know what you're doing, but we don't have time for it right now, Iris snapped. Calm. It was like every part of her was made of the same cool, running water as her arm. With hands steadier than they'd ever been, Vaine tied the mantle around the end of her spear. The netting always looked better there. More useful, too. What are you doing, Vaine? Vaine gripped her spear and closed her eyes at the same time she opened the floodgates of her heart and let herself feel. Really feel. Completely. How was she supposed to explain to Iris how impossible of a choice she'd been given? Vaine's orders, her most important orders, were the ones the crown didn't actually care about. Protect Rakva. Keep him safe. Don't let him get into trouble. she'd failed at that, hadn't she? No matter what happened next, things would never be the same again. The life she had built was gone. She was never going to get it back. And Iris, Iris. She could never know. She would never forgive her. Vaine, what are you doing? I'm resisting arrest. Vaine opened her eyes, and her sister and the soldiers had been turned into dark, inky, Zivayan-shaped blurs. She blinked to clear her vision, and the tears spilled over, one down each cheek, one for each mark of weakness plastered on her face. Vaine, please. Vaine, please, Iris whispered. Don't do this. Don't do this. I believe you have a duty, Admiral, Vaine said, voice wavering. So, complete it. Are you really going to throw away everything and get banished just to keep me from going through that door? Yes, Vaine whispered. Iris froze. Her troops stood by, waiting for orders as she clutched her trident so tight it shook. She squeezed her eyes shut, breath coming in heavy. And for a moment, Vaine thought she was going to cry too. Then, the second passed. Iris took a deep breath. Her hands became steady. And when she opened her eyes, she was no longer Vaine's sister. Instead, she was the Butcher of Wokmaw. Arrest her, Iris said, in a voice made of stone. Get through that door. Vaine could have dramatically increased her chances of survival if she'd acted before Iris gave the order. A single second could have made all the difference. A second Vaine wasted before she'd clung to the hope that maybe, somehow, Iris would stand down. They're not going to stand down, are they? Vaine realized, looking over the broken Wokmaw plains. She had a pile of broken blasters in front of her, and frantically worked alongside the rest of the engineers to get them working. No, Iris said. They're not. Vaine swallowed and wrenched another blaster apart. What are you going to do? Despite that wasted second, Vaine had a chance. Even though the cloudy water was several inches deep, the unmistakable gleam of metal-tipped boots shone through. Gripping the lip of the shelf above her with a prosthetic arm, Vaine yanked a sparker from her pocket. Iris's eyes widened. She jumped out of the water, clinging onto the coral art piece in the hallway. Get out of... Before she could finish the warning, Vaine threw down the sparker. Without time for anyone to react properly, the carpet exploded in enormous blue sparks. Every troop standing in the water screamed and crumpled into the murky carpet, reduced to twitching sacks of flesh. Vaine hoped they'd be all right. "I'll be all right," Iris said, leaning against one of the many tanks that had stopped working. "How could you say that?" Vaine dropped her blaster to bury her face in her hands. "You'll be fighting on the front lines. They have blasters and we don't. You'll be fighting advanced alien tech with nothing but an ordinary trident." "Well, it's a good thing I've been practicing," Iris said with a shrug. Iris released the art piece and splashed into the carpet, eyes cold with fury. She aimed her trident at Vaine's chest and fired, again and again. Vaine spun to the side, letting her coat catch the majority of the fire. One of the bolts still found its way to her hip, searing a hole into her flesh. Vaine grunted, but didn't have time to evaluate her injury. She let go of the shelf above her, and the water below made her legs tingle with an uncomfortable buzz. Before Vaine could argue, the battle alarms screeched with a near-deafening buzz. "Battle stations," a high-ranking officer yelled. "Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!" Vaine scooped up an armful of defunct blasters and began scurrying towards the engineer's shelter at the west side of the camp. Her commanding officer, Zavo, grabbed her arm and yanked her back. "Not today, Private. You've been switched to infantry." "What?" The word was screamed by both Vaine and Iris at the same time. Sir, you have been mistaken," Iris said. "She's an engineer and a weeper. You don't want weepers on the front lines." "The front lines are exactly where we want weepers," Zavo yelled. "Right now, we don't need engineers. We need bodies to catch Wokmaw fire." Vaine charged at Iris, spear pointed forward. Iris dropped into a defensive stance, protecting her vital organs. This was something she'd done hundreds, if not thousands of times. She was an expert at this. Hello, welcome, Aurelian and other fishies. Welcome to Sanctuary. My name is Steph, and I read books and stories on stream. We are currently 95% of the way through this book, so I do warn you, if you're interested in reading this wonderful story yourself, you are about to get some major spoilers. This is Drown the Stars by Quiana Chase, a sci-fi fish-type alien drama soap opera following a pair of war criminals who have been knighted, and our main character has been the caretaker of the prince for his majority of his life. And now we are getting to the climactic final battle between the two sisters. Aurelian, I hope you had an amazing stream. I hope you are having a wonderful day. Please tell me about what did you do today? What did you do on stream? How was it? I hope you had a good time. If you do need to raid and run, as is for our fellow fishies joining us as well, welcome raiders. If you do need to raid and run, please prioritize your health, your well-being, and your care. Drink some water, eat some food, touch some grass if you so need to. But I will be here. I will continue reading. I am recording the audiobook for this book, so as I do make mistakes, please do be, nice. Believe me, I'm beating myself up for my mistakes, as we do as humans. We are not perfect. But I do hope that you enjoy listening to the reading, the narration, and if you're confused, just know that there's a lot. We are currently on page 328. To give context, you've got a lot of story that you've missed. So if you're confused, that's okay. Just go along with the story. And if you're sleeping, feel free to stay asleep. I will try not to yell too loud. Talkative stream where chat was being mean to me. How dare. How dare. We're from Germany. Please take care of my sheeplings. Of course. I will happily take care. I will happily take care of the sheeplings. Most of them are eeping. Oh, well, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your sleepy sheeplings with me, and I will do my best to keep good care of them until you get to see them next time. Please, if you have to take care of yourself and you have to go to sleep as well, I hope that you sleep wonderfully and that you have sweet dreams. But if not, I do hope that you are hydrated and that I can help you relax after your stream. Thank you again so much for the raid. Thank you for sharing your community with me. Of course. Okay, Water screamed and crumbled. She hoped they would be alright, and then Vaine to the side, evaluate her. She, with an uncomfortable buzz. Wokmaw fire. Okay. She was an expert at this. Vaine was not. She slammed the head of her spear into the shaft of Iris's trident, pinning it against the wall. Really? Iris said, almost dropping her soldier persona for a moment. Even you should know to attack your enemy instead of their weapon. The tip of Vaine's spear slid through the trident shaft with a crunch, and its blaster components shattered. Iris's eyes widened. You little... Vaine jumped backwards, out of the trident's reach. She didn't have to win this fight. She just had to keep Iris busy for a few more minutes. A hard task when most of Iris's battles lasted seconds. You can't do that, Iris said, shaking. Find someone else. Find anyone else. You don't get to give me orders, Zavo shouted. This is war, little girl. And when your admiral commands you to send your troops to be a meat shield, you do it. Vaine couldn't move. She didn't want to die. She couldn't be out there in the field with all the blood and screams and stench of death and the corpses of her comrades piloted by Sar. Zavo wrenched her wrist forward, and 3 spokes of a trident sprouted through his chest and retracted with a terrible crunching rip. He groaned, then collapsed, revealing Iris, bloody trident in hand. The shock written across her face was even greater than Zavo's, who writhed on the ground and alternated between gasping and coughing up blood. Iris inched closer, stepping around the bodies of her fallen troops, You don't have to do this. Just let me through the door and we can work something out. Vaine took a step back and found herself pressed against the door. I'm not leaving. We're leaving, Iris said. Vaine couldn't look away from the blood pouring out of Zavo's mouth. What did we do? We run. What do we do? We run, Iris said. She grabbed Vaine's hand and bolted out of camp, away from the sirens, away from the screaming, away from everything. Iris charged forward, swinging the butt of her trident directly at Vaine's head. Though she tried to dodge, it connected with a dull thump. Vaine staggered to the side, trying to gain her balance as Iris hit her with a flurry of blows, using the trident in every way possible, except for how it was meant to be used. Vaine found herself on the ground, desperately using her spear to block as many hits as she could, but still accumulating bruises and cuts faster than she could register what exactly Iris was doing. Iris let loose a horrible scream and slammed the butt of her trident up against Vaine's jaw. Her vision flashed with stars, and the next thing she knew, Iris wasn't standing over her anymore. Instead, she was yards away, opening the door. No. Vaine kicked her foot. Vaine lifted her foot and kicked at the place she'd put a stim patch over Iris's leg. Vaine fell, the stony ground of Wokmaw biting into her palms and cheek. Iris pulled her up even as Vaine's limbs continued to pinwheel. She hated this. She hated being so useless and broken. Come on, Iris said. We have to get going. There's a cave up ahead. We can hide there until the battle's over. And then what? Vaine asked, panting. Then we keep running, Iris said, voice grim. We can't go back. Iris's legs buckled, and she cried out. All Vaine had time to do was get to her feet before Iris thrust the trident head towards her throat. Her movement was slower and sloppier than usual, but still powerful enough to kill. Vaine whipped up her left arm, and the trident went straight through. Panicking, Vaine commanded the biomatter to congeal around the metal and harden, and the prongs stopped before they could move further. Iris yanked at the shaft, but it remained stuck in place. The cave opened up. The cave opened up into a tunnel, into dozens of tunnels, all winding their way through the darkness. All winding their way through darkness so thick, even their lit biobands did almost nothing. Vaine tried so hard not to panic, to just keep crawling and ignore how the earth kept shaking and rocks tumbled from above, bruising and scraping every inch of their skin. Are we going to die? Vaine asked, as a large tremor nearly caused the tunnel ahead of them to nearly collapse. Iris squeezed her hand. No, we're going to get out of this. I promise. Once Iris realized she wasn't going to get her trident back, she let go and drew a blaster from her belt, firing 3 bolts into Vaine's left shoulder. She gasped in pain, and Iris stopped firing. I think I see a light up ahead, Vaine said.
The tremors were getting worse. "We can make it." Iris coughed, and it didn't sound good. The tunnel slowly grew as they crawled forward, but that only meant the debris falling from the ceiling hurt more. They found a way to go even faster, toward the light, but it never grew. It just blinked. "Are you going to give up now?" Iris shouted. "How much more do you want me to hurt you?" Vaine pulled her fingers from her shoulder, and they came away violet. If she had to guess, her jacket had withheld the first 2 bolts, but not the third. She picked up her spear from where it had fallen and swung the tip at the foot bearing the most of Iris's weight. Iris stepped back to dodge it, and her heel fell squarely on top of the mantle tied around the spear's tip. Iris yanked. No, that's not. Vaine yanked. Iris pushed up against the metal panel on the ceiling, yelling with everything she had in effort to get it to budge. "Stop! Stop!" Vaine said. "It's not going to work." Iris slammed her fist against the metal, against the panel, squeezing her eyes shut before sinking into a ball. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "It's okay," Vaine said, as the earth shook and roared around them. At least this way we'll be together. At least this way we'll be together." Iris wrapped Vaine up in her arms and squeezed tight. "I wish I could have done better." "Hello, Zelkeru. Hello, Frogos. Hello, welcome, and thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for joining me. How was your stream? How are you today? And welcome to our Frogos, or our new fishies. My name is Steph. I am currently narrating Drown the Stars by Quiana Chase. This is a sci-fi fish-type alien soap opera drama in space. And you are catching me at 96% of the way through the book. So this is the last chapter. There is still some more material after this chapter. But this is the last chapter. So I do warn you that I unfortunately cannot catch you up to where we are with all the details. And this is a, kind of pretty emotional ending. So that would just be my forewarning to you, is that you're catching us at a very emotional time. But if you need to raid and run, not just Zelkeru, but also for any of our Frogos, please take care of yourself first. Get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, get some food, do what it is that you need to do to take care of yourself. And if you just need something low cortisol, low stress, something to relax to, I hope that you enjoy listening to my voice. Thank you so much for the raid, Zelk. Thank you. I am recording as well, so if I repeat myself, that is because I am going to be going back and editing this later, and I want to make sure that I capture the moments of this book the best I can for the author and for the story. I gotta drink water before I can continue.
chap finally got in the server. Anyway, turn the lights off. Tangled in Vaine's mantle, Iris lost her footing entirely and stumbled to the ground. Vaine used the biomatter in her prosthetic to rearrange the trident and put the shaft into her fingers. She raised it above her head and brought it down with all the force she could muster. As Vaine clung to her sister and waited to die, stone and dirt falling on and around her, all she could stare at was the blinking light, the faint, solitary yellow light. It had to be connected to something. "Wait," Vaine said. "There might be another way out of this. There might be another way out of this." With trembling fingers, Vaine explored the area around the bulb until she found metal. "Help me pull." The two of them peeled away a sheet of paneling, revealing the innards of a basic access point, one powered with sargonite. Vaine laughed, almost hysterically, as she pulled a kick-edge driver from her bioband and used it to tear apart her dagger. Fate had not granted her much, but it would be enough to create a small explosion. Vaine halted. Nope, wrong voice. Vaine halted the trident millimeters above Iris's neck. She couldn't do it, even through adrenaline and the understanding this was her only hope of escape. She couldn't do it. Not to Iris. A dull explosion sounded in the vague direction of the insurgents' escape route. The warp pad. They made it. She relaxed, and Iris wrenched the trident's head aside, sweeping her good leg at Vaine's ankles. She fell, rather ungracefully, and Iris fired a blaster bolt directly into the metal clinging to Vaine's stump. It vomited sparks, and her prosthetic lost its form, dropping into the water below. "Is anyone alive?" Iris shouted. A few groans sounded from behind her. "Good. Stay that way." She picked up her trident and charged through the door. Vaine staggered to her feet, clutching the wounds on her shoulder. One of Iris's troops, barely standing himself, threw his weight against hers and rammed her back into the ground, twisting her only arm behind her back. She gasped, inhaling the sludge-like carpet that clung to her face and gills. "They're gone," Iris said, already returning from her expedition. "At least we have the traitor, Admiral," said the soldier, restraining Vaine. "She's not the traitor," Iris said. "Not the one we were looking for, anyway." "Hopefully the Queen won't mind," the soldier said, twisting Vaine's arm into a rather painful position that, with the combination of the other injuries she'd received, was enough to make her groan in an attempt to displace the pain. "I don't think she will," Iris said. "Hold her up." The soldier hoisted Vaine to her feet, forcing her to look directly at Iris. "Admiral Vaine," Iris said. "The Crown has been provided with undeniable evidence that you have broken sacred tradition. And shed tears, thereby displaying weakness and inviting dishonor." She swallowed. You are stripped of your station and rank, and you must wear this mark as a reminder to yourself and all others of the shame you have harbored in Vaine society. Iris swiped her thumb across the blood spilling from Vaine's shoulder and brushed it next to the other 2 Weeper's marks on Vaine's temple. You will be arrested and banished to Draxus, unless the Queen deems otherwise. She looked away and moved down the hallway, helping her soldiers to their feet. Vaine closed her eyes, but that did not stop the tears from flowing. Iris was Iris was able to keep it together because the person in her custody I just started that sentence. That was that was good timing. Mirtea. Hello, gorgeous. How are you today? Hello, cool gang. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you? How was your stream? What did you do? Tell me about it. I will tell you that we are at the end of this book. Who did it? Hi, door code. We are at the end of this book. Like, we just passed the most climactic part where our 2 main characters had to fight, had to duel each other, and now we're getting the outcome of that. You're good. You got so much stuff done. We did yapping and ASMR. Perfect. Well, I hope that either I can offer you a nice space to calm down, like relax after stream, post-stream care vibes. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. And welcome to all of our ghouls. Here, if you say anything in chat, it could even be an emoji, it could even be a command, you can gamble. You get a fishy in the background, so you might temporarily turn into a fish, but it's okay. It's only temporary. My name is Steph, and I read books and stories on stream, and here, this is Sanctuary, where we get to escape all the stresses and anxieties of reality, and we get to live in relaxation and books. So I do hope that you enjoy. Please go take care of yourself, take that shower, get your sleeps. I hope that you have wonderful, sweet dreams. Thank you again so much for sharing your community with me, and I promise, pinky promise, that I will take good care of them. If anyone is interested in solving a puzzle while you listen to my voice as we finish out this book, you can say the word or use the command puzzle, and that'll give you the link. You will also see as the puzzle gets done, there will be a message added in chat, and I will start a new puzzle. And if you are sleeping, feel free to stay asleep. I'll try not to yell. I don't think we have any more yelling. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. I do also have other commands such as !lights. You can turn on and off the lights. And I believe I still have my head pat command. Head pat or head pats, I don't remember. But without further ado, I am recording the audiobook for this book. It will be the official audiobook. And you will hear me repeat sentences. You will hear me repeat myself. Please don't bully me. I promise I'm already bullying myself. We have no more scheduled yelling today. I'm pretty sure I did all of the yelling earlier when, we were describing, being on a war battlefield. But we are going to get back into the story, so I hope that you, snuggle in and get comfy. I see that my fishies have finished the puzzle, so here's a new one. I'll give you an easy one this time. All right. Don't forget to drink your water. Iris was able to keep it together because the person in her custody was not Vaine. She was just someone who looked just like her, and walked just like her, and fought like her, and made absolutely horrible decisions. And, oh, tears. She'd just taken her sister into custody. Just don't think about it. She needed to not think about it, and everything would be fine. Her bioband blipped, indicating a message from the Queen with only 2 words. Come in. Iris released a sigh and nodded to her squad, which were a bit shaken, but none the worse for wear. Unlike her. No, she was fine. A few bumps and bruises, but nothing worse than that. She walked into the Queen's chambers of audience, where she and the King peered over a table that had been converted into a massive map. Admiral, the Queen said, not looking up. I trust you found our traitor. Sort of, Iris said. She mentally slapped herself for being so informal and dipped into a bow. Your Majesty. As if on cue, the officer holding Vaine threw her to the ground. Iris had let them come up with a way of restraining her, since handcuffs didn't really do much. She hadn't paid attention, but whatever they'd done to ensure Vaine's hand remained firmly behind her back. She hadn't paid attention, but whatever they'd done ensured Vaine's hand remained firmly behind her back, so she hit the ground directly on her face. Iris forced herself not to flinch. The Queen raised her eyebrows and straightened up, suddenly no longer interested in the map. Behind her, the King just looked mildly interested. Do you care to explain yourself, Admiral Iris? The Queen asks, as Vaine slowly rose to her knees. She was covered in so much blood, Iris didn't even know where her actual wounds were. We found the potential location for the insurgents responsible for the pandemonium earlier today, but before we could reach them, former Admiral Vaine wept and then resisted arrest. By the time we finished restraining her, the individuals we were tracking had disappeared. Fascinating, the Queen said. And you don't believe she was responsible? Correct, Iris said. Recite facts. Make statements. Don't think about it. Though I would not believe it outside the realm of possibility that she was, indeed, collaborating or protecting those responsible. Vaine kept silent, refusing to look at the Queen or even defend herself. I am extremely disappointed, the Queen said. And after such vehement claims of loyalty, how utterly shocking. All the snark Iris had witnessed from Vaine just hours ago had completely vanished, replaced with a dull silence.
Maybe there's some explanation, the king said. Maybe she wasn't really weeping.
The Queen shot a glare in his direction. How many witnesses were present? All 7 of the officers under Iris's command raised their hands.
Everything Admiral Iris said is true, Your Majesty, said one of them.
The Queen bent down and lightly knocked up Vaine's chin with a single finger. How deeply unfortunate. You will be banished to Draxus, of course. But you can avoid a stay in Scorchwing if you hand over the names of your comrades. Please, just confess, Iris silently begged. Don't make us send you to Scorchwing. You've suffered enough. Vaine turned her head away and remained silent. No words, You're not even going to lie in an attempt to save your own skin? The Queen gripped Vaine's jaw, fingernails digging into her flesh, and yanked her face upwards. I just want to know what you think of this situation, Admiral. Why you did it. So, tell us. Vaine's head must have been hit a little too hard, because she decided the best course of action was to spit directly in the Queen's eye. Her Majesty reeled backwards and screeched like a wounded animal, clawing at her face as if it were covered in acid. Under different circumstances, Iris might have found this highly amusing. Judging by the smirk plastered across her sister's face, Vaine definitely thought the Queen's reaction was hilarious. She also stopped looking smug for a moment. She only stopped looking smug for a moment when the Queen kicked her stomach and made her double over. But the sly expression quickly returned as the Queen wiped saliva from her eye with the heel of her hand. Get her out, the Queen hissed. Put her on the next shuttle to Scorchwing. Put her on the next shuttle to Scorchwing. Cadet, once she discloses the information, I want you to ensure she suffers the longest, slowest, most painful death imaginable. Of course, Your Majesty, Cadet said, dipping into a bow. Before the Queen could do anything else to her, Iris hauled Vaine to her feet by the back of her collar. She marched her out into the hallway and towards the nearest warp pad, avoiding the stares of all the officers they passed. It didn't take long for Cadet and Iris's little entourage to catch up,
When they reached the transport pad, they had to wait for over 10 minutes while the Queen's emissary made arrangements for Vaine's transport to Scorchwing and her subsequent torture and execution. Vaine was oddly calm about it and continued to say nothing. Iris hated that she knew what she was doing. She'd told Vaine once about the prisoners in Scorchwing who never spilled secrets. The ones who never talked were those who never talked, who conditioned themselves to be silent no matter what kinds of mind tricks were employed or pain inflicted. So Vaine knew something. She knew something the Crown didn't know, something Iris didn't know, and she intended to take it to her grave.
Transport shuttle should be here in about 2 minutes,
Cadet mumbled.
It would be sooner, but, well, everything is in utter chaos.
He glared at Vaine as if it were all her fault, and Iris didn't blame him.
The Scorchwing Guard will escort the prisoner aboard, and then you'll be free to go on your own way, Admiral Iris. I suggest visiting the infirmary. You're absolutely caked in blood.
Most of it isn't mine, Iris said, voice clipped. However, I appreciate your concern. Cadet tried not to look concerned, and failed. All Iris wanted to do was collapse into his arms and forget the day had never happened. Not yet, she told herself. Hang on just a little longer. At least Iris wouldn't have to sneak him into the house anymore. The thought hurt more than she anticipated.
Are you sure you're all right?
Cadet whispered, glancing around.
You don't look...
I'm fine, Cadet, Iris snapped. She collected herself and swallowed another lump in her throat. I'm sorry, emissary. I
understand, Cadet said. I'm looking forward to a warm bath and a large drink later.
He went back to scribbling on his biopad, only stealing occasional glances. A pair of Scorchwing guards in tan and black uniforms materialized on the transport pad. They pulled Vaine from Iris's grip without a word and dragged her onto the circular pad, weapons at the ready. Vaine kept her head lowered until the very last moment, when she looked up and locked eyes with Iris. Take care of Rakva and Kellis. Keep them safe. And then she was gone.
Just wait.
Official Statement of the Crown. Today, the traitor named Vaine,
who formerly held the titles of Knight and Admiral, died a coward's death in the Scorchwing interrogation facility. Her last days were spent mocking and condemning the crown heir, who she had once vowed to protect. To those who would consider entering the realm of treason, let her death be a glimpse of your future. To those who remain loyal to the crown, may her death be a warning that traitors and masters of deception can be even those you trust most. Report all suspicious activity, no matter how minute, to your local authorities. Together, we can unite and defeat the treasonous horde. Cadat, Queen's Emissary. Withheld missives.
Iris, they finally released me from Scorchwing and onto Draxus. I never thought I'd be happy to see a place so dry. I miss you, and Rakva, and Kellis, and everyone. I found Mother and Father here. They didn't want to talk to me at first. They miss you a lot too. They wrote us a lot more than we were led to believe. So, I hope this letter reaches you. I don't expect you to forgive me. I keep hoping that you will anyway. Vaine. Iris. It's harder to live without a prosthetic than I thought. We're required to do a lot of work here, and I'm not as fast as everyone else. I can't afford as much water as I need, and so I keep falling ill, and I can't work, and the cycle continues. Mother and Father are helping me survive, but there are so many others who aren't lucky enough to support. But there are so many others who aren't lucky enough to have support, and they die in droves. Please, I know you're close to the crown. If you can find a way to keep so many people from dying, then do it. So many are young and don't deserve to be here. They need water. Vaine. Iris, is Rakva okay? He hasn't written at all. Not once. It doesn't seem like him. I expected at least one very angry letter, but I haven't gotten one. I thought maybe they were withholding letters written to me since I haven't heard from you either. But I hacked into the Warden's files, and I've received every piece of mail sent to me. That is to say, none. He's still just a kid and understands what happened less than anyone else. He probably took it pretty hard and needs someone to be there for him. I can't do that, obviously. I can't do that anymore, obviously. But maybe you can. Vaine. Iris. I keep wondering why they kept me alive, especially after the Queen's request for the longest and most painful death. Blah, blah, blah. I gotta do that one again. I keep wondering why they kept me alive, especially after the Queen's request for the longest and most painful death. Blah, blah, blah. Why they seem to keep all the worst criminals alive actually, and why those who have committed more petty crimes are more likely to die. They could have killed me back on Scorchwing, but they didn't. Though, I don't remember a lot of what happened there. I know there were at least 2 times where I should have died. But they saved me. I wondered and wondered why. I wondered and wondered why they showed such kindness to someone who had betrayed the crown. I think I know why now. I think I know why now. They have it flipped. In their minds, death is the mercy and survival is the punishment. This is the long death Faye's talked about. And how could they not see it that way? Draxus is a nightmare. There is no way anyone would want to live where it hardly ever rains, and the heat cracks open the earth and the skin of its people. I know that 10 years ago, if given the choice between Draxus and death, I would have chosen death in a heartbeat. How could anyone live out a life of meaning on a desert moon? How could it be anything but cruel? But ugly and cruel? I used to wonder about that until I stepped outside at night. You know, in order to punish us and make sure we can't get into trouble, they shut off all the power at the end of the workday. They shut off all power at the end of the workday for everyone but the warden and a few others. I hated being in the dark. But then Mother grabbed my hand and pulled me outside. She told me to look up. Iris, you can see the stars out here. Every single one. Not one cloud obscures the sky, and every tiny little speck is sharp and clear. If the warden didn't shut off the power every night, the sky might be too polluted, and we wouldn't be able to see it like this. Iris, did you know that Zvea glows? Iris, did you know that Zvea glows? And that the marshes glow in a different way from lakes and oceans? The entire planet flows with as much light as it does water. I thought it was wonderful before. But you can't really understand how beautiful Zvea is until you've seen it from Draxus. Mother and I talked for hours and hours beneath Zvea's warmth. We talked about you. I told her about everything she missed. I told her stories about all the mischief Rakva got into over the years. I told her stories about all the mischief Rakva got into over the years. And we laughed until we wept. And we didn't even glance over our shoulders to see if anyone was watching. I don't want you to get banished, but I want you to see this. I want you to experience this. They were right about this fate being a cruel one, but wrong about it being one not worth living. Vaine.
The end. That's it. That's it. That's the ending. There is acknowledgements, and there is also the afterword that I should read as well, and the about the author, because I feel like that's normally included in audiobooks, right? Where you've got like all the beginning and the ending and from. Oh my god, we did it! My hands still aren't working for some reason, but I'm like, ow! Guys, we did it! Clappies! We did it. We've finished reading the book. I guess that means that it's under the sauce. Is that a gem dragon? Clappies! That means that tomorrow on stream, we will start reading Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. I can't believe it. I gotta continue the reading the new Hunger Games. Oh gosh, I haven't read the first Hunger Games book, like the first one that came out. I haven't read that since close to when it came out, and I haven't read another Hunger Games book since then. Nice narration. Can't wait for the next one. Thank you. We'll be back again tomorrow. I might start stream early again tomorrow. I might not. It just, depends on when I'm able to read. The last book I finished would be Maze Runner, The Fever Code. That was 10 years ago. Oh my gosh. Do you remember the book series that was like, the code something, I don't know. I just remember that it seemed like when I was younger that there were more books and more books and more volumes coming out, and I was like, you knew which volume you were on, whether like, oh, is that the red, is that volume 1, it's blue, volume 1 is blue, and then like if you're on volume 2 the book is red, or volume 3 and the book is green, or something like that. And it was just like this big massive like treasure hunt. I just remember that being a really big deal when I was in elementary school. That might be dating me. I may be showing my age right now. I am going to go ahead and record the acknowledgements, etc. So we'll do that, and then I think we will wrap up stream. The colors change depending on difficulty. Honestly, if that's the truth, I don't even remember if I read the first book. I just remember it being so difficult and confusing to follow. Hi, Indo. My day is wonderful. I hope you are also doing well. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you to all of our wonderful viewers on TikTok who are still sticking around. I know this is a very oddly long stream for TikTok live, but TikTok, for some reason, I feel like they stop promoting your stuff after the first hour. I digress. I'm going to read this. Acknowledgements. There are so many people who helped this book become what it is, but I'm especially grateful for those closest to me who have had to deal with me doing nothing but talk about fish aliens for the past 4 years. Amanda, to whom this is dedicated, who has read more of my poor writing than she deserves, but has continued to be a massive cheerleader regardless. My cult critique group, who has provided priceless feedback, support, and friendship. Jennifer, Teddy, Lex, Elliot, Mac, Fester. You have all made such a deep positive impact on me, and I love you more than words can express. Your own skill has greatly inspired me to improve, and you are all such genuinely amazing writers and friends. Those who beta read either the full book or the either the full book and the novella that eventually became the Zaylin chapters. Naomi, Jake, Justin, Kale, Mary, Paris, Kliss, Paige, and Amory. The original crew at the Lionsgate Space Center, where the spark of this story was born. These people built the story and world that would heavily inspire Zevea and the characters in it. We also built the whole Scrounger language together. So here's to Naomi, Tyler, Seth, Paris, and Nathan. This story literally wouldn't exist without any of you. Every D&D group who put up with me stuffing Vaine and Rakva into every setting imaginable. A special thanks to Justin, Marin, Jake, Sol, Mandy, Rory, Jenna, Ethan, and Seth. You're the best. My parents, who have always encouraged my writing. I don't think you ever expected me to use my years of obsession to write about traumatized lesbian spacefish. I'd be shocked if you ever read this book in its entirety. But you've always loved me regardless, and your support has given me incredible amounts of confidence and determination. My beloved spouse, Kendrick, who has very, very patiently let me babble for literal days' worth of accumulative time and brainstormed with me. I love you. Finally, I am incredibly grateful for you, dear reader. Your support allows me to continue to find ways to make a living doing what I love. Thank you so much. Let's stay in touch. Q Faith Chase @gmail.com. Afterword. This book is deeply personal to me. I wrote most of it when I was working in education and watching the lives of my students fall apart. I wrote it while discovering that I was born with an incurable disorder. I wrote it while in the process of losing my job, several close friends, my religion, and my community, all of which I loved with my entire soul and had dedicated much of myself to. I wrote this story while clawing at all these aspects of my life until my soul was raw and I had to let go. And I had to let them go. I think that might have seeped into the story a little bit. Sorry about that. Anyway, here are some fun facts about the process and earlier iterations of the story. As mentioned in the acknowledgements, the world and story of Drown the Stars were both born while working at the Lionsgate Space Center. Imagine LARPing on the bridge of a spaceship. Vaine specifically came about after I needed to make up a character on the spot. The convoluted explanation of why she was on the ship ended up being so intriguing to me that I decided to write a short story about her. That short story turned into a novella, which turned into a short novel, which turned into this novel, which turned into 2 books, which turned into a lot more. Much of it has already been written, so assuming something doesn't happen that makes me hate this series with a fiery passion, I will publish several more stories following these characters and this universe. Up until the very last minute, blaster daggers didn't exist. All of the small, handheld Vaine weapons were pistols. This was an immense oversight on my part, because the whole point of Vaine weaponry is that it can be used as both a melee weapon and a way to sling the concentrated heat of the sun at someone standing far away. When I realized this literally hours before the manuscript was ready to submit for publication, I had a meltdown of incredible proportions, and everyone in my life knew about it. It took about 20 minutes to fix. The tears were not originally black. This change came about after multiple people asked, if they live underwater, how can they tell if they cry? And I didn't feel satisfied with my own excuse of, well, they're semi-aquatic. They aren't in the water all the time. I think Amanda, to whom this book is dedicated, and her spouse suggested black tears as a solution to that problem. Queen Phase and King Kada didn't have names besides the king, besides the queen and the king for a long time. An alpha reader referred to them as Mrs. Fuck. I don't know why I can't say this. An alpha reader referred to them as Mrs. Bitch. An alpha reader referred to them as Mrs. McBitchface and Dickhead for a while, and then I made placeholder names based off that joke. It's not a joke anymore. The science in this book, and basically every sci-fi story I write, is extremely soft. I do my best to make sure the science follows the rules established in the story, but there's little to no grounding in reality when it comes to why or how any of it works. Some unrealistic things I knowingly fudged for the sake of the story. Kadat, and the role of the Queen's emissary in general. I know that functionality. It would be more likely that she'd have a rotating staff of assistants, executioners, advisors, bodyguards, that all fulfilled the same role that Kadat does. But it makes the story more digestible if that's mainly held by one person. If you are a massive nerd, you will have noticed that Vaines have gills instead of just holding their breath like literally every other aquatic and semi-aquatic mammal. I know of no real organism that processes... My tummy hurts. That's not in the book. That's me. My tummy hurts. I know of no real organism that processes oxygen the way Vaines do, nor can I think of a reason why they would. My reasoning? It's cool as hell. Also, platypuses are somehow real, so maybe the rules aren't as hard and fast as we think. Vaine technically could have, and would have, killed Kada immediately after Zalen's death. In fact, that was how the novella ended. This put me in a bit of a pickle, because this story was not a novella. And if Vaine killed the king at that point in her life, she would have been executed, and then there would have been no story. The only significant divergence in these two timelines is that in the novella, Vaine received Zalen's message about avenging her, and in Drown the Stars, the message never went through. Anyway, thank you for being invested in the process and the messiness behind the curtain. I always like author notes, and you clearly do too, nerd. About the author. Quiana has been crafting stories for as long as she's been able to speak. She has worked as an educator, entertainer, cult leader, sort of, we don't talk about that one, actor, book cover designer, professional game master, and the least terrifying gingerbread man mascot we've ever had. She grew up in Utah, where she currently lives with her spouse and 2, definitely not daughters, cats. When she is not writing, she plays a variety of games and grapples with a Magic the Gathering addiction, which she can stop at any time, and enjoys coffee with enough sugar and cream to make grown men comatose. Besides this book, she has also published a novel titled My Brother is Human through Drabatic Press, and a short story titled Siren Songs and Syringes, which can be found in the anthology of Mermaidens 2, Deeper Waters, edited by Jessica Guernsey and Sam Knight. You are welcome to contact her at qfaithchase@gmail.com. I have been your narrator, StephTsu. Thank you for listening. The end. I just want to be a little cheeky, you know? Thank you so much. Thank you, Rizzo. I can't believe we did it. Oh my god. I can't wait to go tell Quiana we finished the book. And that I've got to... Okay. So now that I'm going to end stream, I have to go start editing this. Also, I just got a message from another... I just got a message from an author. So I'd say that's pretty cool, guys. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Tomikos? I don't know how to say your name.
Please
Is
hit
it
that
follow and hit subscribe? Toss some bits at the streamer. Your wallet's a plenty. Thank you guys so much for listening to me today. I hope you enjoyed listening to my narration. I hope that you sleep peacefully. And tomorrow I will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern Time Zone, but highly recommend joining the Discord server so that you can be notified when I go live or if I happen to cancel stream, because I have been having issues with medical stuff lately, so it's possible that that might happen. But until then, if you are watching on Twitch, we are going to raid out. If you are not watching on Twitch, the stream is just going to end for you. But if you would like to listen to my voice, read other stories to you, or perhaps ASMR, you can check out my YouTube channel, where if you like listening to the live streams, but I'm not around, you can actually go into the live stream history on YouTube and watch my live streams all the way back to 2024. Gem, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Thank you. All right. This is the part where we say our goodnights, our goodbyes, and our see you tomorrows. Exclamation point raid, copy the raid message, and when we arrive to our destination, please share that raid message to let them know that we support this creator. Please be kind because your actions represent this community. Again, catch me in the Discord. I will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Time Zone for reading of Alice in Wonderland. So until next time, please drink your water, eat your food, be kind to yourself and others, and have a great night.